Testing, testing. I need someone. That seems to be working. Morning everyone from Geelong. Standing Ruben here on course at the moment. We have Marion Whalen. Marion's done a heap of work to get this trial up and running, so we'll make sure we get her run in, and I'll try not to talk too much since I'm not the expert on this side of it.
Hypro Premium because it's just great nutrition for the dogs and gives them plenty of stamina for their work on the farm and keeps their coats and everything else in great condition. Quality food like Hypro Premium ensures sustained energy levels for efficient handling of livestock.
Hypro, that's the go. Hypro, that's the go. Get behind.
On course at the moment is Jim O'Connell. Jim's the president of the Australian Working Sheepdog Association. Jim was also the voice you would have heard last week, giving us some of his knowledge, trying to pass it on to us all. So hopefully we'll be able to get him to give us some more advice on and commentary on how to progress.
Morning everybody, we're here back at live at Geelong, and we'll be doing some live streams of the last few runs as we head towards finals and ultimately the test this afternoon with the Australians taking on the New Zealanders. Out on the ground at the moment, Jim O'Connell working his little dog Fleetwood Paw. He's already negotiated the gap, he's done the cast and draw and he's away, and it looks like a pretty tidy run so far as he approaches that freestanding race. And they've just walked in there like they've been there before. Beautifully done. And Paul just sitting off to the right, stepping in, making sure they're clear. In the Supreme course, it's okay for the sheep to enter the obstacle before the handler steps into the handler circle, but they mustn't clear it. So if they actually came out, he'd have to rework it, but he's just timed that to perfection. And Jim's away. Sheep nicely placed, just on his right hand side. 9 metre corridor there, marked with those little orange balls. Just signifying when it's for the judge so he can see if they just take a step out. A little run on now, heads are up. Dog backs off, takes the pressure off, still got their heads up. They look really settled. But again, the pressure of a new obstacle, this time the bridge, just can stir them up a little bit. And Jim's set off and he's kept his pace nice and gentle, carrying them on his right hand side, heading towards that bridge. Here they go. Little look, one down the side. 1 on, 2 off. And Jim's just sent Paul around, just trying to bring him back to the front. And the one on the bridge is headed off too. Little breakaway. And just that pressure of that more difficult obstacle, the obstacle with an incline, causes the dog to force. And they just didn't like it. Here we go. Straight back up again. Good job. Well done. Nicely done. On the bridge. And off they come. 1, 2, 3. Hasn't cost him too much. It was just a little minor hiccup. It just comes down to whether it's upset the sheep. And here they go again. That little trot. It's that trotting action that gets the handler's heart fluttering. I like to see them walking and they're having a little nibble. That's a better sign. Heading towards the final obstacle, the pen. 20 points on the pen, so really important to be competitive to get that gate shut with as little as damage as possible. And the sheep look settled. Still grazing away. Paw just in their peripheral vision. And Jim striding out now, heading towards that handler's circle. It's okay if the sheep go in the pen before he gets there in this case. He's got him pretty nice. Right hand side in the corridor. Very settled. So approach that pen. Here we go. Little trot on again. Yep, just down the side. They saw the obstacle and looked for a gap, and they found one. Hasn't cost them too much again, but they're just not looking here. Will they find that gap between the handler and the gate? That's a nasty spot if they get down there. Once they start running around that pen, we're in a fair bit of trouble. A pause there, just covering it up. Rolls one around. One's going in. leading the others. And boy, he stayed really cool, didn't he, under that pressure. Just adjusts the dog across the front of the obstacle, sits him down, shuts the gate effectively with the dog, and now he shuts the gate himself. Jim O'Connell with paw completing the course in a very nice fashion. We're back live. Dave Lacey striding out to the handler's post with Tusker. Red and white border collie in his centre on a big sweeping right hand cast. 3 sheep. Presented well. Look pretty even. He's arrived and he's just got him trotting a little bit. This is that very important part of the trial, that first introduction. And Tusker just struggling to get in touch as they jog off to the left hand side of the course. Heads up. Breaking away and maximum points. It's a straight line from the point of pickup to the handler, and they've just drifted off to the left and now swinging back to the right. And they really just haven't looked at the dog at all yet, so there's no introduction being made. And look how distance that dog's got on those sheep. He's really a long way off. And Dave's just going to try and bring him in contact and see if he can get them to. Look, they've just moved already. He's such a distance. And that makes it tough for the dog. He's got to travel so far to take control. Don't seem too concerned about Dave, but any movement that dog makes seems to cause them to look to get away. And Dave just asked Tusker to take a step in. And tail down, little flank. They're already starting to move as he touches those sheep, and around he goes. So he's brought the sheep, he's completed that first part, he's brought the sheep around behind him, past the balance point, and now Dave has decided to move up the ground, and straight away one of the 3 had a little break. Tusker was up to the task, popped it back together, but they really don't look settled, they don't look happy, and away they go, back behind the peg. And it's that big front sheep, the one on the far right now, right in the middle. He's the one that seems to be causing Dave some trouble. And Tusker, he's staying calm, staying cool. And look at his head right up in the air. Here's a red tag Weathers used for the trial. Same line of sheep for the whole competition. And they've had a wigging, which means the hair or wool has been clipped from the front of their face. But it's just left a little bit of wool on the sides, so they've almost got limited peripheral vision, which, if they're spooky by nature, they get a bit of a shock when the dog arrives. It just causes them to jump and run, have little breaks. And Dave's worked hard now. He's got him walking a little better. "15-minute trial. You got 15 minutes to impress these guys. Hopefully you can do it in the first 1 or 2 minutes and get them to settle." As Dave takes his position up in the handler's circle at the gap. Big guy's let him straight through, but he hasn't done it in a nice way. He's pretty upset, and there's one breaking off here behind the gap, catching up to his mates now. And they've had a little run on. Big draw back to the let out. This is where the rest of the sheep are, and they know it. That's where they've come from. So the pressure is all on the dog at the moment. And they're away again. Dave's had a terrific season this year in Victoria. Was trialling originally in Western Australia. And he had dogs 1 and 2 in the Dog of the Year, and Tusker was number 1, I think. But these sheep are putting it to him today. Just a little bit light, a little bit unsettled, and not cooperating with Tusker and Dave as he tries to keep them on course and manoeuvring them around towards that freestanding raceway. And Tusker's just having to stay so far off him. It just makes it very difficult for the dog to get into position. And see the concentration, his head down, watching that lead sheep. Tiny little step in and they're already moving. Trying hard to break him down, get close. And through they go. And Tusker's just turned them back out again. And back around he comes. And they've jogged out of there as well, so they're still not the sheep that Dave would like. Heads up. Trotting around. And every little step they take out of that corridor is a cost. 100 points to start with. Two judges out there watching everything, and they'll see every little indiscretion. As they approach the bridge, still not settled, still running. Still Tusker can't get close enough to work them. Over 200 dogs have competed so far in the trial. We're down to our final 30 or so as we look to get a top 20 for the ultimate prize, to compete for the ultimate prize of the Supreme Champion. So you're going to see some really top dogs today. And then later, the test teams will go at it on the Trans-Tasman course. So a big day of trialling, lots to see. And really some of the best handlers in the state. So Dave's decided that there's not a lot of point in this. He's stepped out of the circle and retired. And that concludes his trial. Well, good morning if you've just joined us. We're continuing on with the Supreme. This is the last 30 or so dogs running today, this morning. Out there at the moment, Richard Davies with Celtic Gypsy. Black and tan working Kelpie. He's centre on a right-hand cast. Around she goes. Just lining up behind him, and the sheep are already running. It's been the story of the weekend, or the week. Weather's played a big part in how the sheep have behaved. And today we're bathed in sunshine. Beautiful day. Not too much wind. But these early runs, they've come out with their heads up and really not settled. So Gypsy's brought them down fairly fast. And they've already gone around the handler's post. Richard just deciding to take a step out of the circle and see how he goes. Ideally, you'd want him a little more settled than what he's got, but I think once again, this little dog's just having trouble to get in touch with him. Got a split one around the back of the pen as he tries to manoeuvre those sheep into that corridor. Two types of dogs working in these sheepdog trials here in Geelong. Border Collies, of course, by far the most popular. And then there's some really good quality working Kelpies out there. And Richard representing Victoria with his Kelpie in the Interstate Challenge earlier in the week. And he breeds the Celtic Kelpies, and he's done a fantastic job with them. But Gypsy's getting her K's up now. If we had a pedometer on these dogs, we'd know there's a lot of steps these dogs do out on the trial ground. But the sheep are, whoops, one of the sheep's sort of having a bit of a stumble. And that's caused a split. So Rich has decided that that's enough. And he stepped away to live to fight another day. Mick Hudson steps to the handler's post. MGH, Rosie, little white border collie. The set out team are just pushing the sheep a little bit further out. These three look a little different to the ones that have come out earlier. They've already got their heads down, already into the grass, so Let's see what a difference that makes. Mick Hudson, very, very successful trialer. Won his way through to the Australian team to compete later today against the New Zealanders in the test side. With a different dog, and Rosie's away. Sheepy just noticed the dog arriving. Just drifted off to the right-hand side of the course. Sorry, to the left-hand side of the course. Rosie makes the adjustment. Once again, some big distance on the dog. That gap between the dog and the sheep. We saw it a moment ago with Tusker really struggling to get in contact with his sheep. And Rosie's already closed the gap quite significantly compared to what Tusker was able to do. And the sheep are away again. Everything's about straight lines, and straight lines from where the sheep have been picked up down to Mick, and then they're going to bring him, the sheep down on Mick's left, around behind him, and then into that 9 metre corridor heading to the gap. So the clouds have started to build up now. Sunshine has gone away. A little overcast. Breeze is blowing, but not as bad as it has been. But it's still early. And that breeze really has caused the sheep to react very differently as the day went on. And away they go, breaking out of the corridor. And once again, Rosie just struggling to get in contact with her sheep, just struggling to get a grip on them. And the sheep just haven't stopped. It's unusual for a white dog. Generally, with the whiter dogs, sheep are pretty keen to have a look at it, look at the dog, and may settle. But not in this case. They're really running around. You can see Mick's body language. Staying cool, but realising that the wheels are falling off, and he stepped out of the ring, and he's decided that that's enough. Not going to be Rosie's day. He's going to finish the trial there. So, a couple of really good handlers with really good dogs struggling to handle the sheep this morning. And all the way from Western Australia coming out next, Grant Cook with Bluey. Grant Cook from Western Australia stepping to the post. This dog Bluey. Sends Bluey out to the left. Sweeping cast. 3 sheep presented well. Sitting up nicely. And now let out. Crew have done such a fantastic job. Really even let outs every time. Setting them up beautifully. Bluey's arrived. Straight away the sheep turned to look at Bluey. And that's a different reaction to the other dogs so far. Just testing Bluey out. Grant just taking his time. Just a moment of introduction. It's almost like a little handshake that goes on. Dog says, I'm going to be escorting you around the ground, and the sheep go, well, we're going to allow it or not. And so far they've been good. One sheep's head's down, having a little nibble. Here they go, little movement. Bluey adjusts. She's a experienced champion sheepdog. Once again, we're fortunate to see really the best triallers in Australia with Cookie, Grant Cook. Also making the Australian team from the Interstate Challenge earlier in the week, representing Western Australia. And see, takes a bit of patience. And Grant just whistles that dog to the left. Bluey catches the head. A very, very different reaction of these sheep to this dog. They're quite willing to look at her. They're quite willing to take her on. And knowing Bluey, it would be a mistake if they did, because she won't mess around. They just pivot to look at the dog. And look how close she's been able to get already, breaking down that flight zone, getting in control of the 3 wild sheep. And they just sort of spin around, check where the dog is. That front sheep heads up, looking for somewhere to go. The one closest to Bluey's got its head down grazing, not too concerned. And that's the trick of it. Figure out which sheep's going to give you the most problems and keeping the dog on that sheep. Here they go, little run. And it's that same front sheep, head up. He's putting in the 2 sheep between him and the dog. Bluey's done a beautiful job so far, just settling them, bringing them down fairly straight, down towards Grant. They really are amazing, these dogs. Big trip across the Nullarbor, 4 or 5 days in the car. Can't really have a run out there because of dog baits and poisons. And then they've got here and on the biggest stage in Australia to come out and put on a show. And Bluey's doing that beautifully. So around behind Grant they go. Just broken out a little bit, but not too bad. Already some big scores in the trial, 94s, 95s. So it's going to take a pretty decent score to get into that top 20. And then later on, Bluey will be representing Australia in the test match against New Zealand. So she's got a big day. And she just blocks up those sheep. See Grant, he just builds fences as he's walking around. He puts the dog at the front of the sheep to stop them from leaving. Here she comes again. Just got a little bit tight on them and wheeled them around. And just keeps putting those blocks on and just saying, there's a dog everywhere, don't go anywhere. It's almost like the sheep are thinking there's more than one dog out there, how quick she has to get to the right place. And block again, and spinning around and wheeling around. And you see they're thinking, we've got nowhere to go, stay together. hopefully, when Grant takes the pressure off, they'll start heading in the right direction. But they've done it, but they're going a little bit faster than you'd like. A little breakaway, twisting and turning, looking for any opportunity to escape. He's managing it very nicely. He's kept them in the corridor. They're spinning like a top, but they haven't gone too far. And again, back to the head, blocks them up. And look how close Bluey can get to these sheep without upsetting them. And catches that leader. You're not going anywhere, she says. Grant just backing her off, letting the sheep draw onto her as he strolls towards the first obstacle, the gap. Right on the head, twisting and turning, blocking, holding. And the pressure of the obstacle, the pressure of the dog, and the freedom behind. And just once again, Grant building that fence. Here they come, having a look. Straight through. And nicely done, really nicely done. He just got them just a stroll through there, not bolt. And he's kept them on course as they come out, and Bluey's back on the job. That's a big step in the right direction to get the sheep under control. Every time they make a run, Bluey's there to stop them. And hopefully they'll start to say, okay, there's no point in this, let's just walk. And Bluey just tucks herself in on that shoulder. Grant takes up his side and just carries them along nicely. And look what's happened to those sheep now. They look terrific. It's seat-of-your-pants stuff in that first part of the trial. If you can get them under control, going through that gap, you're in with a chance. And Grant's done a beautiful job heading towards the race. And from what started out as a pretty lively threesome, has settled to 3 pretty quiet little lambs at the moment. Lines them up. Just drifting off to the right. Bluey holding her side. Grant steps into the circle. And as nice as it could be done. Through they go. Once again sets them up. A little bit of a stir as they came out. Grant keeps Bluey on his side, just where the pressure is. The draw back to the let out. Out into the middle of the ground. Now he sends her around onto the right hand side just to bring them back in line. You see those little adjustments he makes, just keeping their head pointing in the right direction. Small movements. Not pinching ground. They've had a little run on now. Just breaking out off course a little bit and swinging them around. So Grant just once again builds that fence. Doesn't want them to break behind that bridge. That's when it gets a bit costly. Laps around obstacles. They're the big points. So he might lose one just by turning them around so they don't get behind the obstacle and they've just gone straight up. Steered them beautifully. Bluey was in the right spot. Up they go. 1, 2, 3 and off they are. And they're sitting up nicely too. So Bluey swings around. Hasn't taken a lot of time. He's really moved through the course fairly quickly. 15 minutes to complete. And again, Bluey just gets to the head, says, okay, sheep, we're going to the pen and you're not going anywhere but the pen. Still not totally happy. That big guy that's broken out onto Grant's left. Bluey's there, tucking him in. And they're just point pinches. They take a step out of the corridor one side, step out of the corridor on the other side, and it's only a 9 metre corridor that they got to operate in. So it's very small, very narrow. And it's quite a challenge. And Bluey just edges closer to those sheep. Just making sure that the sheep can see the dog so they don't get a spook. But she's not close enough to upset them. They're walking beautifully, heading towards the pen. Almost sitting on Grant's hip as they approach the gate. You can see that big guy at the front's just having a look. Where's he going to go? Heading for the other side. Bluey's got to cover it. Gets there. Oh, and they've stirred up a little bit. One's around the back. Wow, they changed in a second, and now they're really not happy. Bluey's back around, onto the head. And he looked like they had him on a string, and they were going to walk straight in. And just one sheep just started to get a bit of its head up, started to lead. And just took him down around behind the pen. The Blues manoeuvred him back in front. Little confrontation, rolling. Oh, they're still not happy. She's got him in, they're out again. And around he goes. Boy. Oh, what started out as a pretty nice run. It's getting a little bit messy right at the end. And it's just that one sheep. Look at it go, spinning around its mates. It's in a good position now at the back. Maybe Bluey can just manoeuvre him in. And just got a little bit all fast and furious in the last few seconds. And that's how quickly they can change. Doesn't take much. And Bluey puts a block in. They spun around. That sheep's coming out again. Bluey's there. Oh! He's not very happy, that sheep, and he doesn't look like he wants to go in there at all. And that's a couple of times he's come back over the dog almost. So Bluey trying to manoeuvre them back in front of the pen again, and hopefully this time that sheep will accept it and sees it as a trap, doesn't want to go in there, feels it's a dangerous place to be, and is still not happy. Turning, wheeling, spinning, trying to find an escape. The other two are very happy, and I'm sure they just trot in, but it's just that single sheep. Here we go. There he goes again. He's out around the side again. Well, what was a pretty good run has turned a little bit ugly. All that hard work. Getting those sheep settled, putting them in a good frame of mind. And it's all just gone a little bit chaotic right now. And Grant's staying there. He's going to keep going. That sheep's still not happy. He's blocked that little gap now with Bluey. Rolling him on the hinge of the gate. 1, 2, 3, they're in. Grant's going for the gate. He says, that's it. They've had enough of this. Get that gate shut. Grant, Cook and Bluey completing the course. So Connor McConnell steps to the handler's post with McConnor's Lad. And Lad running really wide out around the boundary. 3 fresh sheep present. Beautifully marked black and white border collie. Very, very deep cast, right on the fence. Couldn't get any further off if he wanted to. And Connor just whistles him up. And so we begin. That very important introduction. And tippy-toeing towards those 3 sheep. Connor whistles him up again. Just as they have a little stir. They spin on the spot. Haven't gone anywhere yet. Just trying to get Lad to break down that flight zone, get in touch with his sheep. Nice, good signs. 2 having a little nibble of the grass, not too worried about the dog. He makes a little adjustment to the left. Stops him from running. And here comes the lift. So Connor, representing Victoria earlier in the week in the Interstate Challenge, and also one of the major organisers of this fantastic Victorian Geelong Supreme. Huge amount of work, and then got to come out here and run a dog. So a lot on his mind, and he's done a fantastic job. And Lad has got these sheep working really nicely so far. Little tippy toe towards those sheep, inching himself closer and closer. They don't seem too worried about him. And now they've had a little run. So it's almost like a bubble burst as the dog gets to that point where he really starts to upset them. And they just have a little trot. But so far so good. Pretty straight. Pretty neat. And the sheep are accepting the dog slowly. He just weaves left and right, catching one sheep's eye and then the other sheep's eye, trying to keep them straight. And Connor concentrating, looking at the 3 that are presenting, see which one's going to give him the trouble. They look like 3 good sheep at the moment. And Lad's got them settled. Got them walking straight. And he's really taking his time. Putting in a little bit of time, a little bit of work on the sheep, just on the draw down the ground, can really pay off. And they've approached Connor now. Lad just rolling them around, moving left, moving right, trying to get their heads to bend. Got them beautifully placed in that corridor. And just walking around behind Connor. A little bit of pressure at this point here can be a bit tight and makes them run a little bit. And Lad comes around to the head, catches them, makes sure they don't leave. And a little tricky part of the trial here, just getting the dog in the right position. If he puts too much pressure on behind, they'll bolt up the ground. But if he keeps them tight on the head, they won't go anywhere. So they've broken off just behind that marker now, but still in a good position for him just to pick them up and carry them away. He's gone for it. Just waited for their heads to turn so he didn't upset them when he moved. And Connor's away down the ground. So it's a 9-metre corridor, 2 tram lines that run down the course, and they head up towards that first obstacle, which is a gap simulating a gate. And for the perfect run, they've got to stay within that 9-metre corridor, and these sheep are pretty happy to stay there because they found a nice bit of grass to eat. And they've also got to stay within 9 metres of Connor, the handler. And they're just broken out a little bit there. So they can go forward of him or behind him, but they've got to be within that 9-metre radius. And of course, sheep don't really like to be within that proximity of people. But they will do with a dog. A dog will make that happen because they're far more impressed by a dog than they would be by a handler, by a human. And Lad is impressing them well enough, but not upsetting them. So kind of just asking Lad to back off a little bit. One made a break for it just off to the left, stirring as they approach this first obstacle. You can see the pressure of the obstacle. They've had a look and kind of just blocks them so they don't get through that gap before he gets to his circle. And kind of started with whistles. He's moved to voice commands now, and you can see it just got a little bit tense for a moment, and through they go. Beautifully done. Little breakaway, Lad's coming in tight. Oh! Clash of the two, and that might not work. Lad really came in hard. Bit of a tilly move. Slicing in on the nose. There's that little sheep, the one on the right. Now gone to the middle. That copped the brunt of Lad as he came in tight, trying to head him off before he hit the fence. He got him pretty settled, and they seem to have forgiven him already. Sometimes those moves take a bit for the sheep to forgive. Oh, there's that little one off again to the right. What's he going to do? He's put himself on the dog's side, so he's not too offended. And Connor's away. He's heading to that race. They're in the middle of the corridor, beautifully positioned. But you can see they're just having little trots now, whereas before they were ambling. Wheeling left and right, still in the corridor. There he goes again, same sheep. Oh, Lad was onto him. Lad just letting him know, don't you dare, I'll be there. Let's see if he'll try again as they approach the next pressure point. It's that raceway, freestanding raceway. Plenty of room to go down it. It's just got to get the sheep to see that there's a gap and not see it as a trap. And he steps into his handler's circle now. So Lad's well positioned. Connor's got his spot. Sheep just looking at the dog. One's had a little gander down there, turned its head. They can see the gap. And that's that progression. A gap to a race, to a bridge, to a pen. Each obstacle getting a little more difficult each time. And Connor and Lad have just done that beautifully. No trouble at all. Kind of just manoeuvring those sheep clear of that race. A couple of them have ducked back in there in previous runs and made it difficult as the handlers left the circle. So Connor's making sure that isn't going to happen. He's trying to get the dog, there we go, between the obstacle and the sheep, and he's done that, and Lad's onto it already, steering them along. Little run on, little step, little fast quickening of their step. That just gets the heart fluttering a little bit when you're trying to drive these dogs as the sheep start to take a run on. But Lad, he's up to it. He's right there, making sure that the sheep can see him and saying, you make a run for it. I'm going to get you. Here we go. Little one's gone again. Got a spook. It's not a little one this time. It's actually a bigger one. And we saw from the last run with Grant Cook that whilst it looked that he had everything under control, as soon as the pressure of that pen came up, they were out of there. And straight over the bridge, just about. Kind of just asking Lad to walk up. Just push them off the end. There they go. Straight off. Well, it's been pretty tidy. A few little indiscretions, nothing too much. And Lad made an impression coming out of the gap when he arrived, tight. And they've forgiven him. And he's settled them right down now and heading to the pen. Once again, just a little trot. Kind of keeping in touch. Lad, pretty casual dog. Tails down. Not panicking, staying pretty calm. Heading towards that pen. They look reasonably settled. Here, a bit of a run on again. And this is what gets a little bit concerning as they just look to go somewhere other than the pen. Wheeling around left and right. Just breaking out a little bit off course either side. If point pinches, as we call them. 1 point here, 1 point there. Connor's got them nicely. They're looking to go in. Dog staying off them. Straight in. Connor's going for the gate. They look settled. Brings Lad with him. Connor McConnell with Lad doing a beautiful job. So stepping to the post now, Greg Walton with Milburn Harvey, red and tan working Kelpie. Greg has been very successful in the yard and utility world. Ventured over to Western Australia early in the year and competed in the National Kelpie Trial in the Australian Yard Championships. And here he is at the Geelong Supreme with Harvey. flying the flag for the Kelpie. And we've had a couple in this morning, really good dogs. Harvey just arrives at the back of the sheep, and look at that concentration. Head down, almost like a big cat, stalking. Showing that strong eye. And just as those sheep had a little rustle, you can see the dog took the pressure off by sitting down. And here he comes again. Little step by step, sheep's had a run. Harvey, got to get around behind it, onto that head of that sheep. Just drifting across the course. And he thinks he can go for it, this big guy. And what can Harvey do? He's got to put a block in. He's going to need to put a block in. He's worked himself closer and closer. A stomp of the feet. The challenge is on. Away he goes again. Just sucking the dog along off to the left. Harvey straightens him up now. But that big guy at the front, he looks like trouble. He doesn't seem to care what the other two are doing. He's going to do his own thing. So it's up to Harvey now just to knock him into shape, impress him enough that he doesn't believe that it makes any sense to leave his mates. If he can do that, he might be a really good leader. He might take them through the course. But at the moment, his head's right up in the air and he's looking for somewhere to go. And once again, Harvey, picture of concentration. Greg just leaving it to Harvey for the moment, trying to get him in touch with those sheep. He's just sat down. Back up again. Still heads up on that front sheep. There's definitely a challenge. Stomping his foot. Looking for somewhere to go. Harvey takes the pressure off. Tippy toes in again. And sheep's thought better of it and made a move. Harvey adjusts. But right at the moment, it just hangs in the balance. What can happen? And that sheep could really take off. If he thinks he's got Harvey's measure and he's having a bit of a look for a break. Harvey's up to it. He's covered him, blocked him. Slowly working those sheep down towards where Greg is standing. He's being very careful, trying not to upset them. If that sheep thinks it can get away, thinks it's faster than the dog, it'll take its opportunity. Very happy to front up to the dog. See Harvey. Step in, step out, step in, step out. Trying to break it down. And around, away they go. Little run. Certainly got a mind of his own. That big lead sheep. Greg just trying hard to manoeuvre them behind him. He's got to wheel them around on his left-hand side and bring them round onto the right so he can head off for that first obstacle. And they're just proving to be A little bit obnoxious there. Here he comes forward to take the dog on. Stomping his feet. Harvey's steps in, makes the move. He's going to need to dominate this sheep in a moment. He's going to need to do something. And Greg, experienced handler. Won a lot of trials. He'll be onto it. So he's got them around behind him now and completed that first part. And he's taking a step out of the circle. Away from the post and away he goes. Sheep had a little jump, little run. Away they go. Breaking out. Harvey just backing away, taking the pressure off. Trying hard just to bring them back into that corridor, conserve a point or two. Beautifully trained, working Kelpie, beautiful shape around his sheep. Giving them some breathing space, takes the pressure off, gets a little bit of movement again. He's got him pretty well placed now in the corridor, back in the corridor. And got a bit of a trot on. Harvey wheels around to Greg's side, covers that side. Still on the head, just giving ground, sucking them along, bringing them along. And it's this big sheep out on the dog's side that's been giving Harvey and Greg all the trouble. The other two look quite content. Eating grass, not too bothered. Day out in the sunshine. And Greg just reversing Harvey off. And that big guy just won't take his eye off the dog and look where he needs to go. Stomps his feet, comes towards Harvey. Here's the challenge. Harvey, what are you going to do? A little fight, little confrontation. Dog's head down. Harvey steps up. He's going to go nose to nose with this sheep. Here he comes. Sheep says, okay, I'm not doing that. And through they go. Beautifully done. Well done, Harvey, impressing him. And round one to Harvey. That sheep's not done yet. Still standing up to the dog. He's almost walking sideways so he doesn't take his eye off Harvey. Harvey steps in, bumps him back on course. Oh, good save. Saved a point. And now he's got him pretty well placed. Nice distance. Walking nicely. On course. And Greg might sigh a little breath of relief. Because there was a fair bit of tension in that first bit of the trial. Not only for the dog, but for Greg himself. And now they've broken off to Greg's left and off course. And that big guy's still giving us trouble. So Greg Walton with Milburn Harvey out there at the moment. He's working his way towards the raceway. Almost halfway through the course now, and Harvey's done a beautiful job just trying to impress one of the three sheep who's given him a fair bit of trouble. Hasn't cost him a lot, but just slowed things down and created little headaches and challenged the dog. So So they're just on the wing of that raceway now, well positioned. Heads in the right direction. And again, the challenge is on. Harvey takes the pressure off, sits himself down. And Greg will just try and manoeuvre that sheep closest to the dog's head, just a little bit closer to the inside of that wing, so that when he swings him around, he goes into the obstacle and not down the side. A bit more central now, well positioned. But the challenging sheep is also the leader, so he's not taking him anywhere at the moment. And the other two just pretty happy to stand still. All three sheep facing Harvey. And what can he do here? Harvey, head down, bum up. They're in the wings. They're right there to go. They just got to look. Turning. In they go. Well, a little bit of patience paid off, and that was really well done. Because they could have gone anywhere. There was tension plus at that obstacle then. They were really ready to break or take on the dog or even go over the dog if they could have, but Harvey kept his cool, kept the pressure on, and they relented, and away they went. And Greg's striding out now. He's off to the bridge. He'd know that time might be against him a little bit. He's taken a while. It's been a fairly careful trial, and now the sheep have decided, well, we're going to run. All that pressure at the obstacle might have just stirred them up a little bit. Let's see what the bridge can do. The bridge creates more pressure because of the ramp going upwards. Dog's got to be below the sheep, pushing them up. But they've been pretty good throughout the trial going over the bridge. It hasn't caused too many problems. But Harvey's drawing them. He's getting the sheep to look at him a bit. A little more than other dogs. That eye. The sheep don't want to turn away from him, so they're constantly looking where he is, and that makes them not look where they should be going. Greg's just manoeuvred them nicely in front of that bridge. Turning one. He's won the last few battles. Harvey's managed to get the sheep to turn off him, but it's almost like a wall that he presses them into. Unless they really look, they won't see two are looking. That big guy still just having one more go, and over they go. Well, there was again a lot of pressure. And Harvey up to the task. Red and tan working Kelpie. And Greg's away, heading to the pen. Little run, little breakout. Harvey's there blocking them up. Still on course. Greg striding out. A little run again. Harvey back at wheels around, tries to catch the lead. And that sheep still hasn't given up. All the way around, he's decided to take the dog on, and still, as we approach the final part of the trial, the pen, he's still having a little conversation with Harvey. Greg strides out, heading to the pen, got him well positioned. They didn't get behind the pen, really important, and time's beaten him. So that's the end of the trial for Greg Walton and Harvey. Not able to get to the pen, time catching him. But what a great job he did out there. Congratulations, Greg Walton and Harvey. So stepping out to the handler's post now, Brett Smith with Cook's Jake. Brett all the way from Western Australia. Originally from over this side of the world, but moved across a couple of years ago now. And those three sheep have come out, and they've come out jumping. And they're already on a trot, and the dog hasn't got anywhere near them, so this doesn't look great for Jake. And first contact is almost halfway down the ground, and away they go. It's a bit of a mixed bag. A big one out on the left and two smaller sheep. Jake beautifully presented, black and white, smooth-coated border collie. Brett just whistling him up, getting him to stop, hold up. There's no hurry. And away they go again. So these sheep look pretty touchy. It's going to take a great effort from Jake to try and get in touch with them, break them down. They really don't look happy to be out and about. It's been a bit of a mixed bag this morning. We've had some of the very, very top handlers throwing their hands up in despair and leaving the ground and saying, well, I'm not going to be able to work these guys. And then we've had some other trialers work them beautifully, walking around like train lambs, only for the pen to create all sorts of headaches. Couple of good scores this morning, but the overcast conditions and the wind starting to pick up really a lot now has really stirred up the sheep. So Brett's managed to get the three down close enough to him, and you can see Jake just putting a little bit of time in here, trying to break them in, educate them, but they're not having any of it. They're gone. They're running. Every time that Jake tries to get in touch with them, they take a little run, and Brett's decided to go for it, and away they go. And Jake's quick enough. He's got there, blocked them up, turned them around. And away they go again. It's a foot race. And you can see poor old Jake. He's got the biggest distance to cover. Those sheep, oh, big one's running again. It's coming all the way out to this side of the ground, in behind the pen. They are not going to play for Jake. Heads up, running, running, running. Wow, that's frustrating for Brett. Another breakaway. Bit of a split. This is a dog that can settle his sheep, but just hasn't been able to get any contact at all. Every move he makes, those sheep react, and that makes it really difficult. Brett's manoeuvred his way through to the, steps into the circle just in time as they go through the gap. So he's completed it, but it hasn't been tidy. They've really given him the run around. Brett's hoping he can maybe get a little bit of work on them across this part of the ground. The sheep are heavily drawn back to the let out where the other sheep are. So the dog's able to apply some pressure on his side and get the sheep to lean on him a little bit. It's working so far. He's kept him in the corridor. A bit neater. He's able to hold that side. And just a few minutes work on him here, hopefully gets them to relax a little bit. Walking nicely. It's a picture when it's done beautifully like this. Yeah. Brett Smith and Jake out there on the Supreme course. Later this afternoon, we'll change the course to the Trans-Tasman course, introducing some of the elements of New Zealand trialling for our Australia-New Zealand test match. But we're still in the championship rounds, trying to sort out our top 20 for the Ultimate Supreme Champion. So 4 obstacles. Starts with a gap, goes to a race, onto a bridge, and ultimately the pen. Pen, 20 points on the pen, so important to shut the gate. And complete the course, very important. And Brett's got the sheep working a little better now, and they're staying with him but not quite on course. You see the judge got himself in a good position, following behind. Second judge out there in the buggy. They don't miss much. And they put the 2 judges' scores together and then halve them, and that's the score that you post. So when you're seeing half points or 0.5 of a point, that's the reason for that, because they've put the 2 judges' scores together, added them together, and then divide them in 2. And Brett's already got to the bridge now. He's got them well positioned, taking up his position. And Jake takes a step in. Another step, up they go. That was pretty simple. Did that beautifully, really. But they're away again. A little jog, breakaway. Very, very hard when they come off the bridge like that, because the dog can't be in 2 places at once. But the judges are hoping you can get them back in under control, back on course. A little split for maximum points. If you can get them back under control, back on course, and leave that circle carrying your sheep with you, it's maximum points. But they'd gone, they'd run, and they're still running. Brett working his way towards that pen. Plenty of time. Maybe too much time if they start to run and do laps around the obstacle. And Brett just putting Jake forward of the sheep, just so they don't start to get around behind the back of the obstacle, because that's when the trouble starts. Here we go, steering him towards it. Oh, I turned him out. Just a little overrun, and one goes through the gap. That's really what he didn't want. 2 are wandering in, one's on the outside. What's going to happen? Sometimes when that single goes past, he sucks him out, and he has. He's brought him out. Wow. Brett's had a tough ride. And they just haven't given him anything at all, these 3. He's had to work his heart out just to get this far. So he starts again. He sets them up. A little break away from the mouth of the race. They've learned there's a gap between the handler and the gate. Sometimes when they learn that, they go for it again. And there we go. Sure enough, same sheep. And Brett's decided that's enough for the day. Hangs up his gloves Brett Smith with Jake doing a terrific job under challenging conditions. Rhonda O'Connell steps to the handler's post with the Wangaratta. Black and tan working Kelpie again. It's a Kelpie morning. We've had a few out this morning. And she's come in a bit tight and she's crossed. Oh, that's disappointing. So the dog has cast out and gone from on the right-hand side of Rhonda and crossed over onto the left-hand side, and that's an instant disqualification, unfortunately, for Rhonda. So short morning. And she's just leaving her post to go and help the dog take the sheep off the ground and give it something to do, because that's pretty disappointing for her and a little dog. Carmen Blythe taking her position at the handler's post. Somerville Speck. It's her little white border collie. Bell's gone. Sending Speck on a right-hand cast. Nice wide cast deep onto the ground. The sheep have seen that dog. And look at the draw that they've made. Straight towards the white dog, wondering what it is. And Speck says, well, I'll tell you who I am. I'm going to be working you through this sheepdog course. So she's away. I've just broken out to the grandstand side of the course and just hiding behind that first obstacle. And Speck looking back to the boss to say, what do you want here? Put them through or bring them back? Pretty casual little dog. Nice and calm. Not overdoing it. Hopefully that settles the sheep enough that she can work her way through the course. They were just taking the dog for a little bit of a stroll around the place. Hasn't really gripped them and taken them where he needs to go. You can see they're just having a bit of a wander around and a graze. Not too concerned about Speck. Speck makes a move, gets them moving again. There we go. Now we start to impress them a bit. And they've had a little run. And they lull you into a false sense of security. They have a bit of a graze and you think, oh, well, these sheep are nice and relaxed. And they just pop up and make a run for it. And they're tricky. See, they're just grazing away, not too concerned about the dog. She's just letting them just drift away a little bit, and then up they come and have a little bit of a run. Heading towards the fence. Around comes Speck. So they've gone around behind the handler and that's completed. Just a little bit off course over the back there. Not too costly, so Carmen's taken a step out and she's away. And those sheep look a bit hungry. Missed their breakfast. Oh, sheep got a bit of a spook. So once you start walking from that handler's post, you should continue at the same pace that you started. No, don't speed up or slow down. And ideally you shouldn't stop walking, although you can take a step or two backwards. Stopping walking incurs a penalty. It's not a disqualification. So when she approached those sheep, Carmen approached those sheep, she had to keep walking, and they didn't like that too much. So Speck's got him pretty good now. He's settled him a little bit. They're pretty hungry. Bit of a break again. She got close. Carmen got close to the sheep, spooked them, and they bumped back behind that first obstacle. So she's got to bring him back around to the front of that obstacle. Got to work him from the front through to the back. Sometimes it does work if you teach them to come through the gap by working them in reverse once they've already got through the obstacle. And she's just manoeuvring him now round to the front, hopefully. There's 1, 2, 3 through the gap. If she can spin them around quickly, they know where the gap is now. Will they go back through it? Nice and wide. Good shape. Gets to the point of balance. Steps in. And that wind really has picked up here in Geelong. It's howling. And that doesn't set things up good for the rest of the day. If it sticks around, it could change things significantly. Still some really good dogs to come. Top handlers, top dogs. We're down to the last 30 or so dogs. And then we progress onto the much looked forward to Test match between New Zealand. The Kiwis had a run yesterday out on the Supreme course. Very impressive. Very impressive handlers and dogs. Put some great scores up. So hopefully the Aussie team is able to beat them at their own game. So Carmen's made her way through up to the race. Specs settled them very nicely now. Got them walking. Just heading towards that raceway. Steers them straight through. Beautifully done. And she turns and she's away to the bridge. Still got their heads down, not too bothered about the dog, but every time they put their head up, they make a little run, step off course. Little run again. Grab a snack on the way. And they're just off the outside of the corridor at the moment. Spec just trying to manoeuvre them back onto the course and head them towards that bridge. They look good. Presenting well. Rolls that one around. Sets them up straight over. No trouble at all. So the obstacles have been really good. Spec's done a great job. It's just those little breaks outside of the corridor that have cost her a point or two. And it's just staying in a circle for the moment, bringing them back on course. 9 metre corridor. 9 metres from the handler forward or backwards. And they've broken out onto the wrong side of the course again. So this is the costly bit. These are the point pinching parts. When they just break out for no real reason, just because they want to. And here they go again on the other side. And then make a run. And they've just got away from her a little bit as well. So all of those things accumulate. And starting with 100 points, the judges deducting. And you see the positions the judges take so they can make sure they don't miss anything. One on the buggy far out on the far right, and one following up behind, making sure he doesn't influence the sheep, but he can see where the sheep are walking and working, so they're able to see very clearly the entire course and everything the sheep do. So Carmen now striding out. She's heading towards the handler's circle. Little step backwards. And the sheep have just got A little bit around the obstacle, not quite. And they're still a bit stirred up. She had them settled, had them grazing, but every time their head pops up, they make a little bit of a jump. See if you can get them to just graze into that pen. No, down the side they go. 2 down the back, 3 down the back now. Specs there, spinning him back around. Well placed. Bring him around. Here he comes. Onto the head. Steps in. Will they go in? Oh, Spec was onto that one. Blocked that sheep from running down the side. Got him well positioned. What can they do right now? Turn him in. One's in. Out it comes. Oh, down the side. Wow. Looked really promising. One's on the back. Can she just get him to just... Nope. Suck the other 2 out. Dog just came around the wrong direction. Pulled them out. And it's a little bit frustrating standing in that handler's circle. And you think you've got it. They're in the mouth. They're going in. They've been in. And then one goes, nope, not staying there. Okay, another chance. Carmen's got them lined up. Little deep breath. Take your time. Inch by inch. There they go. In they go. Going for the gate. They look settled. Fantastic job, Carmen and Spec. Getting the gate shut, completing the course. John Tuddenham stepping to the handler's post with Toby. Big black dog. Heads up looking for the sheep as they come out. They're presented well. Toby's coming around now. And arriving. And that sheep straight towards him. Still coming. He's very happy to walk in on the dog. What's Toby got? Big test here. These young wethers can be a bit stroppy. Stomping his feet. And that's a tough start. And now the sheep's having a bit of a nibble. So what's Toby got? Sheep's walking, still walking at the dog. And Toby's going to have to do something in a second to say, well, sheep, I'm the dog, you're the sheep. This is a tough part of the trial, that first introduction. And this sheep says, well, I'm going to walk at you, dog. What are you going to do? I know what Toby would like to do. There he goes. Just rolls him around nicely. Oh, big guy's having to run for it. And Toby trying hard to just make an impression. Get some respect. And get him moving. He's got him running a little bit now, heading in the right direction. Oh, they're tricky and they're stirry and they're challenging. And they can have a run and they can have a stand. And there's not much that you don't get to work when you're working these guys. And there's that same sheep presenting again. I think Toby's got his measure now. He's made an impression. Three 2-year-old merinos, Weathers. And every set is a new set. Fresh sheep for every run. And it's a bit of the luck of the draw as to who comes out that gate. And these three, 2 of them look okay. One of them looks quite challenging, and that's been the case. We've seen that a little bit throughout the morning. We're seeing just an individual sheep step forward, challenge the dog, make a run for it. And 2 fairly compliant partners that have just followed along. Toby's managed to work them down towards John. He's got them just presenting now in front of the handler's post. Got to bring them around behind the handler's post. Little run, little break. Same sheep presents to challenge. It's that scruffy looking one in the middle now. And there's a nice smooth body big guy at the back, and he doesn't really care at all. And Toby steps in. He's not having anything to do with that scruffy sheep. But that's the one he's got to impress. He seems to be the leader. He's going to take them on a journey. As he wheels around the back, spins around the back of the 2, and again another little lap. Every move he makes, the dog needs to react, to anticipate, to cover, to hold, and then he's got to take them where he needs them to go and give them no choice, really. Good little block there. Sheep was going to go. Just inch by inch, working him around behind, and there he's got him done. Got that bit done. Not too much damage done. So now he's going to back Toby off. And that sheep's pretty happy to walk forward into him. Just breaking out to the wrong side of the course, and away they go. They're running for now. Got to be quick. He got there. And just got away a little bit. Once again, that 9 metre measurement. Stay within 9 metres of the handler. Stay within the 9 metre corridor, and when they break like that, they just get away from you and get out of range, and sometimes out of contact with the dog as well. And sitting where they are now is much better position. But that big sheep, look at him go. Look at him standing up, head up. He doesn't want to play at all. He's going for a little breakaway again. Covered, walking into the dog, stomping his feet. What's Toby going to do? He takes a step in, turns him back. He's a challenging sheep, but he's not super brave. But he's costing a point here and a point there. There he goes, straight through the gap, let him through. He's a good leader, but he's let him straight off course as well. And John will try and just bring them back into that corridor before he makes his move towards the race. Nicely turned. It's just hard work every inch. The dog's got to work so hard to push those sheep. A little run on again. Just works so hard to get them back on a course, and then they have a little run and they're back off course again. Frustrating sheep at times. And the dog's working well, and one of them's just getting left behind. Tucks them in. And back to the challenge. Nose to nose. Little roll. Still not able to get them back into that corridor. He's still struggling just to push them over the line. And as he continues to walk, he starts to leave them behind a little bit as well. So this challenge is starting to cost a point or two now. Now the smoother body sheep decide to have a go as well. And that's tough on the dog. He's decided that's enough and gave it away. So that concludes the trial for John and Toby, and they'll reset for another day. Mark Fagan takes his position at the handler's post with Faith. Black and white smooth-coated border collie, and she's away. Again, the right-hand cast. And 3 fresh sheep. Let's see what these look like. Oh boy, they've been challenging this morning. Not too many dogs have handled them. Had some really good moments. Little glimpses of brilliant work, but the sheep have probably won the morning so far. A number of dogs have decided, a number of dogs and handlers have decided enough's enough. Stepped out of the ring. So let's see what Faith can do. And so far, so good. Impressed them enough to get them moving. So head down to the handler's post. Just sitting and waiting. Just a little bit of patience. Just trying to make the sheep accept the dog. Didn't get a real opportunity to introduce him at the very top of the cast. And they were away. Let's see if little drift now, and the dog just makes an adjustment. Straighten them up. So it's a line from where they're let out to the handler, and it's a 9 metre corridor again, so they've got to work those sheep straight to the handler in a 9 metre corridor. And each time they drift out of that corridor, it's a new line, and they re-establish a new line. You'll see the judge manoeuvring behind the handler's post if he feels that he has to see a new corridor. At the moment, he hasn't moved much. He's pretty well positioned. He's thinking that they're lifting fairly straight. But he'll make an adjustment to his position so he can judge the corridor again each time the sheep make a break. It's okay for the sheep to stop. It's fine for the sheep to stop. And in fact, sometimes it's a good thing if we get the sheep to stop a moment just to think and relax. But each time the dog makes contact with the sheep, the idea is to bring them in that straight line towards the handler. Much better if they're walking rather than running. A little bit easier to manage and keep them within the bounds of the corridors and course. But sometimes that's out of our control. Mark Fagan with Faith out there at the moment, and Faith is trying very, very hard to just get these sheep to look away from where she is to where they should be going, which is on Mark's left and around behind the handler's post. The sheep are not being easy. They're putting it to the dog, challenging the dog. And every time she gives them a little bit of space, it looks like they want to take it up. So she's going to need to do something. Here she comes, steps in, inch by inch, turns them nicely, catches the head. And Mark just asks her to keep coming. Nicely done. They're touchy. In the background there you can see the flags are flying, the wind's blowing. Everything is against this team. It's going to take quite a bit of skill and a good dog to manage these sheep in these conditions. The sheep like to have their heads into the wind. He's trying to turn them away, going the other way. And then there's the pressure of the handler at the post and all the people on the boundary. And poor old Faith has just got to push as hard as she's capable without upsetting them. And they've just broken off to the wrong side at the moment. And they're really putting it to her. Look at her spinning left, spinning right. Getting a bit tighter, and they're taking ground off her, pushing her backwards. They're really walking at the dog at the moment. She's going to need to come in and just make an impression if she can. And they don't believe her right now. They think they can take her on. She's putting up the fences, putting up the blocks, but just not getting them to turn off her. And again, they just wheel around to face the dog. Challenge after challenge. Sheep sometimes feel like they're having a conversation. You go that way and I'll go this way. You take the dog on. It's like they're working as a team. You can see how hard she's working, trying to get them to just move away from her. One took a run for it. She was there, covered it, broke. Turned it back. And we start again. And in the background that wind is howling. And little Faith working her heart out. And you'd think there would be an invisible barrier there stopping those sheep. There's just will not break around behind where Mark is standing. Just refusing. Maybe this time. They're heading in the right direction. Yes, got it done. Well, that took a little while, and now time becomes an issue. Still not comfortable though, broken out. They'll come up the ground a little easier perhaps, but he's going to work them back on course before he leaves the circle by the look of it. Generally, this working this way is a little bit easier because that's where they've come from. Just takes her off the head, gets them to walk. He'd like him to just bump him back into that corridor. Yeah, he's gone for it. He's decided, well, it's the best we can do for the moment. Oh, and she's run between the two sheep. So that's unfortunate for Mark. That's a cross. And that ends his trial. So that frustration that the sheep brought out on the dog ended up costing him. The dog just said, well, I've had enough of you, and went after that sheep. And unfortunately ducked between the two and the one and ended his trial. Pip Hudson takes up his position. Hudson's Derby. Pip seems like he's been around forever. Really experienced trialer. Very, very successful over many, many years. Sends Derby out on the cast fairly straight. Tri-coloured Border Collie. Fairly straight, but didn't upset them, and they liked him. Arrived pretty well, got him moving maybe a little faster than he'd like. Let's see what Sheep's going to present there. 3 even group in this group. They look okay, but just running a little bit fast for what Pip would really like. But fairly straight. And just breaking out off course a little bit there, and one's decided to go on its own. Everything's a bit fast and furious at the moment, but Pip does work a little bit that way. He gets them moving fairly quick. He doesn't muck around. And they're back on course now, travelling along. And the Derby's a pretty quick dog. Whirling around. Pip's heading up the ground. He's towards that first obstacle, that gap. And Derby wheeling left, wheeling right. Started a bit quick. Got him settled a little bit now already. Just bumped him off. So every time they take a step off course there onto the wrong side, past those orange markers, the judge will deduct a point, and here they come on the other side, so they would deduct a point again. And if they get 9 metres out further, it becomes 2 points. And if they stay out there for 9 metres in a straight line, it deducts another point. So all these little runs, when you're wondering how the scoring's worked out, all these little runs are deductions from your 100 that you start with. So when these guys are putting up 95s and 94s, you realise how really good they are and how they've managed to get the sheep settled and cooperative. So Pip's managed to manoeuvre that first obstacle, and he's decided he's going to take a breather and maybe see if he can settle these sheep a little bit, because they didn't look super happy with the dog. But for all he's running, and for all they're running, they look pretty good right now. So he's taken a moment just to catch his breath and maybe get the dog in contact with the sheep. And look how close he's able to get. Very close to the sheep without upsetting them. And they've forgiven him for that little bump that he made, and they don't seem too concerned at all. So Pip's working his way down the course. And see the different styles of dogs. We saw a Kelpie earlier, a red Kelpie, run by Greg Walton. Huge amount of iron style, concentration, and you get this dogs like Derby here with this very upright, free moving, still very effective. And then some of the white dogs have had the sheep lean on them. And just prior to that, we had sheep walking straight at the dogs. So real mixed bag this morning, what we've had from a sheep viewpoint and also from a dog viewpoint. But Pip's managed to just walk those sheep along that corridor beautifully and straight through the race, so no trouble at all. And again, he takes a breather. Just gets them to settle. No hurry. 15 minutes to complete the course, plenty of time. And you really don't want to get to the pen too soon, because if they don't go in first time, they can run around a lot and cost you a heck of a lot of points. So Pip's just taking his time. Oh, little bump. Got him moving. Pip's not quite happy yet. He wants them in a better position before he takes his step. Otherwise, he'll end up walking through his sheep, and that may upset them as well. And there he goes. Just push them back into that corridor, and he's decided to go for it now, and he's away. And they've just rolled around nicely, tucked in on his hip. And that's almost the perfect picture. Head's all in the right direction. Nice walk. A little bit of pace coming up now, so he makes the dog adjust. Comes to the head, catches them. Sheep just having a little sniff of that marker there as Pip approaches it. Oh, still pretty lively. It's been a fantastic example of sheepdog trialling this morning. Some terrific dogs, great handlers, tough sheep, all rising to the challenge. Oh, there the dog gave it a bit of a bump. He flew through the air then. He had enough of that confrontation. He said, well, I'm going to sort you out. And he came flying in, airborne. And I don't think that sheep enjoyed that very much at all. And I don't know what's going to happen, whether it'll settle after that, because that dog decided he was going to impress the sheep. And he flew in on its nose. And maybe he needed it. Maybe he needed to be sorted out, but he doesn't look very happy. He's going to hide on the bridge. So 2 on the outside, 1 on the bridge. Maybe the one on the bridge will just bring him up. Often the case throughout a sheepdog trial, the dog has to do something to impress the sheep. If he gets them too heavy and too quiet, they don't move, and they think the dog is nothing to be worried about. So Darby decided, well, here, I'll give you something to worry about. So Pip, heart in the mouth for a moment, I reckon. Just settling things down, and going to have a little stroll from there across to the pen. He's decided to go. Sheep has decided to go as well. Darby swings around to the head, catches them. And now he can work from a bit further off. Sheep having a bit of a nibble of the grass. Pip Hudson is manoeuvring things along, hopefully. He's got the sheep in the right frame of mind that they're happy to go into that pen. So we're live streaming from Geelong. It's the Hypro Supreme Championship. And we're still in the last few dogs as we wind down to select our top 20. Following the first round of the Open Championship, which we're currently in, the test teams will go at it. Out on the Supreme course, they'll change the course around, add a Maltese cross and swing the gap around and set up for the Trans-Tasman course. And that's going to be quite a treat, watching some of the very best handlers in the world, really, going head to head. Pip's just got them at the race, at the pen. One slipped around the gate, but managed to get it back around, and he's got him in. Hand up high. Don't you move, dog, he says. Don't upset him. Stay in there, sheep. Gate shut. Pip Hudson with Derby doing a great job. Gina Milburn steps to the handler's post with Murphy. Big white dog. And she's sent him off on a right-hand cast, and he's loping along. Look at him cover the ground. He's a big dog. He's pulling up a little bit short. She's just asking him to keep going a little bit further. Just slowing himself down, introducing him. Just got around him pretty nicely in the end. So the dog probably read something that we didn't, but they're broken out this way now. Murphy. He's got him moving, he's got him running, he's got him heading all the way down to where Gina's standing on the handler's post. Just a bit of a drift off to the wrong side of the course. Now they've just managed to position them and back around, and she'll get them back around behind her now. Hypro, our major sponsor for the Supreme Championship, and Sheepdog trialling around Australia generally. And the Dog Pro products funding the New Zealanders to come across, and also funding our Australian team to travel across to New Zealand next year when the tests are held in New Zealand. So huge commitment from our major sponsor, and great products too. And you would have been seeing the live streams direct on their Hypro site page. But out there at the moment is Gina Milburn. And she's just having a little bit of trouble keeping hold of those sheep. They're having a bit of a run, like they have all morning, really. Sheep haven't been really comfortable with any of the dogs, and it's taking a bit of management to keep them on course and heading in the right direction. And Murphy hanging on to the head, putting the block in. Nice and wide, but they're taking advantage of his distance and just wandering off course again. We're heading now towards that first obstacle, the gap. And they're looking to go. Murphy puts a nice block on, straightens them up. 1, 2, 3, straight through. No trouble at all. The obstacles haven't been too overly difficult. The sheep have been happy to walk through them. The gap can be quite tricky at times. There's a big drawback to the let out, and the sheep like to have a bit of a run and duck around the outside if they can. But this morning that gap's been no trouble, and the race has been no trouble. But the problem's been keeping them in those corridors and keeping them on course and stopping them from running. Murphy's doing a good job just catching that one there, but they were off. They get a bit of a head of steam up, and they just take some metres off you. They really take advantage of any opportunity if they can. Here we go again, a little touch. Run again, and Murphy breaks out. Not costing too much, but just 1 or 2 here and there all the time, and they just accumulate when you're trying to put a 90 or a 95 up. Doesn't take very much to lose 5 points. So in the morning, really, the sheep have had the best of it, as Murphy just manoeuvres them through that raceway again, no trouble at all. Away they go, heading to the bridge. Ooh, that was a little bit tight. Murphy chose to go through the obstacle to get him clear, but he did a good job. He got him out of there and got him out of trouble. And he's broken off a little bit too out of contact, but the sheep, once again, just holding up and waiting for him, so that's a good sign. And Gina just leaving him behind a little bit, perhaps. Murphy's moves around his sheep pretty nicely. Gives them really good distance. And they've just taken that bit of ground off him again and come off to this side of the course. Gina's stepping into the handler circle now. She'll go to the bridge. And Murphy will have to come in. He'll have to come in and make an impression. And they've just slipped down the side. There they go, down the side. And around the back. Murphy comes around. He's going to bring them back to the front. They're not really settling. Bit of a run here, bit of a run there. Here we go, looking. That big guy's going to lead him up. Murphy steps in. Well positioned. Looking good. No, it turned out. Murphy comes around, he's got to put a little block on that side there. There he goes. Oh, that sheep looked like he was going up there for sure and just changed his mind at the last second. Here we go, that's better. Straight over. Little sigh of relief. And just the pen to go. Murphy, big wide arc around them, get himself in position to start them on the trek that way. Gina steps out of a circle, puts in a block. I'm just tucked into that bridge there a little bit. This is a bit tricky and can be a bit tricky. Oh, he's done well. He pulled him out nicely, and bumped them off course. And now they're making a run for it. Murphy has a bit of a spin around. Now he brings them back towards the corridor, and he's going to try and hold them there if he can. And they really don't care about people, these sheep. They're very happy to stand next to you. But if they get an opportunity to run, they're pretty happy to do that as well. And they've run quite a few metres there, out of the corridor and off course. Murphy bringing them back again. It'll be interesting to see how settled they are. They weren't that great at the bridge. And the pen is a whole different game. I'll see if they'll just tuck in there when she gets into a handler's circle. What can she do here? They're still a bit touchy. And Murphy's just giving a little bit too much room at times, and they take advantage of it. It's well positioned, steering them nicely. Round they go. Heads are in. They've seen it's a trap. Shut the gate, Murphy. Don't let them out. In he steps. Oh, one had a look at him. They're a little bit nervous. They're in the back of the pen, though. She's going for it. Get that gate shut. Gina, Milburn and Murphy, fantastic job shutting the gate. So Kylie victory with Bailey. Steps to the handler's post. Bailey's come out. Little red and white border collie. He's come out to on his cast. Settled on the point of balance. Just inching closer to those sheep. Having a little bit of a trot. 3 fairly even sheep this time as well. And once again, it's the one that's a little bit bigger on the left that's going to set the standard for the run. A very clear leader. It's great to have a good leader. Just need the leader to lead them in the right direction. And at the moment, he's drifted off the opposite side of the course, taking them for a bit of a run. Bailey given good distance. Hasn't taken any time at all to get him down the ground, up to the handler's post. Bailey just trying to manoeuvre those sheep round behind where Kylie's standing. Just a little bit touchy, gone around the wrong way. So she'll need to unwind now, which means she has to bring them back around in front of her and then redo the wind. So here they come, back around the right way. They'll need to come back around her again. He's just having a little bit of trouble getting in contact with these sheep. They're just not liking the dog very much. They're making a bit of a break. Bailey, nice casual dog. There's not too much tension in him. He's fairly smooth and fairly calm. But so far, they haven't liked him. Just manoeuvring those sheep. I'm just got to bring him around behind her again. We'll see if the judges say she's okay to go. Around they go. Breaking off back towards the judge and the buggy. Away she goes. And away they go. They're going all right, and they're going at a rate of knots. They can cover the ground, those sheep. They don't look very big, but they can run. Bailey's up to the challenge. He's got there in good time, got to the head, pulled them up. He's going to let them push them back on course without blowing it, and he's done a nice job there, got him into good position. Wheeling around. Oh, got a trot on again. It's that trot that gets you nervous, because they go from a trot to a gallop in no time flat. There they go. Up towards that gap. They're going to slip down the side if she's not careful. Bailey's there, putting the block on. Nicely done. Steps into the circle. Oh, two have gone around. One to the front. Bit of a split. Now they're trying to push the dog backwards towards the let out, and he's letting them. They're breaking out, breaking out. Oh, there he goes. It gets them going in the right direction now. Once they get behind that gap, they can be quite a challenge because the let out is only a few metres away, and they really like to get back there if they could. So the pressure's all on the dog here just to take the weight of the sheep past the handler, past the gap, and then slot them back through the right way. Taking the time, showing them where the gap is. You can see they really don't want to go back up the ground. They want to come back towards the let out. Pretty well positioned now into that gap. I should just swing him around and hopefully pop them back through again. Oh, just a little bit late, and they've gone around the side again. So it all starts again, and that's a bit frustrating. He was just a bit slow to move. He just needed to go a bit wider and a bit quicker. There we go. Right, back through the other way. Let's see what he does this time. Now, a bit better position this time. That's better. Well done. Straight through. They've had a bit of a run out of there though, and they've come all the way back to this far corner. So still work to be done. And try and bring them back on course. He sets them up this time. So away she goes. Kylie heading off towards the race. Bailey steering them from the side. And this part of the course has been pretty good. The sheep have been pretty happy to walk in the corridor. Dogs have taken the weight of the sheep at the top of the ground. And the race really hasn't proven to be a challenge, a great challenge so far, this morning at least. But you can see the trees rustling. The wind is really blowing out there and makes it very tough for the dogs to hear everything, but also the sheep really don't like that wind. And it stirs them up and gets them running. And it's really come in this morning and really made things pretty tough for the dogs, pretty tough for the handlers. And as a result, the scores haven't been fantastic. So we're just getting the sheep now manoeuvred back to the race. Look at that, straight through. No trouble at all. You'd think they'd been here before, wouldn't you? So the race is completed, and Kylie's heading off now to the bridge. Just keeping them ticking over, walking quietly, nicely on the side. Easy does it. Bailey just calmly trotting behind him, steering him from behind. Nicely done. Little break off to the left of the course. Point here, point there. as they approach that bridge now. Well positioned. Oh, one down the side. Just squeeze through that gap. And around they go. Little run. Oh, that was unfortunate because they looked pretty good coming up to that bridge, and they just saw that gap between the handler and the wing of the bridge and went for it. And unfortunately, sometimes when you show them that gap, they go for it again. Let's see what he can do here. Bailey's got him a bit better positioned. Yep, up they go straight away. Well done. Nicely worked. Nicely worked. And off they go. So pretty good run so far. A few indiscretions here and there. Sheep have run around a bit, but she's progressing well. Just off course a little bit. We're heading to the pen. Sheep have got a bit of a run on. Bailey's there just to catch them. Turns them back around. Breaking out onto this side of the course again. Around they go, just trying hard not to let them get around the back of that pen. They're sitting up pretty nicely. Bailey just rolling them around. Oh, and they've ducked behind the gate. So the challenge now is just to try and get them to present to the pen in front of that opening. Two have gone, one's decided not to. And there he joins his mates. So a little breath, little rest, little pause in the action. And see if she can just manoeuvre them in there. A little step, looking for that gap. The gap between the gate and the handler. There he goes, he's gone for it. Ducked in behind the gate. Not ideal. The other two look like they're going to walk in. Let's see if he can just swing the last one in. And around he goes. Got him in. That was very fortunate. But also good work. Going for the gate and gets it shut. Congratulations, Kylie, with Bailey. So Ryan Acres coming out there now with Elliot's Meg. Elliot's Meg. Just getting his dog to sit quietly. Waiting for the sheep to come out. Here they come. 3, jumping. Just being pushed forward onto that little marker. Meg's pretty keen to get going. Ryan just settling her down. There she goes. Boy, she's fast. Little medium coat border collie. Look at the wind blowing in her hair. Beautiful cast, out and around. Bang, right on the point of balance. Up she comes. Only a small dog. Looks like she's wearing boots. Just carefully approaching those sheep. They look pretty settled. They look pretty good sheep, actually. Let's see what she can do with them. A little bit of a trot. Steering them nicely. The dog just comes either side, catches their eye and keeps them straight. A little breakaway there. See Ryan asking her to stop. She's got a bit of a roll on, just squeezing and pushing a little bit hard. They're not offended. The big sheep at the front's got his head up. Let's see what he does. He's going to be the problem one. Let's see already. They're staying together pretty well. It's no trouble at all getting around that winding peg. Just drifting off behind the corridor a little bit. So I'll just ask him to come back in. And get Meg to just control him. There we go. Little breakaway, back on course. Walking at the dog. Well, I've got one sheep just running at the dog at the moment, and that can be very tough. She's up to it. Little block, left it alone. They swung around onto the tail. Let's see if they'll get into a walk instead of a run. And Freedom's up this end of the ground, so they can go for it. And that one's decided that it doesn't want to be with its mates. He's going to have a break. And away they go. So what I thought was going to be a trouble sheep has proved to be okay, and it's a different one. That smooth-bodied sheep. He's not having any of it at the moment. Let's see what Meg can do, because when she's busily managing a single, the other two get to wander off as well, and that is really tough. You see, he's got a mind of his own, that sheep. He's got him pretty well set if they go through, if he steps into his circle at the right time, and he did. Oh, but Meg just turned the other two out. That was a bit unfortunate. He led them through nicely, but Meg, anticipating that that single sheep was going to leave, she went to cover it and spun the other two out. So, got to do it again. Not too costly, but now they've found the gap between the handler and the obstacle. So, what turned into a single point or a point and a half or 2 points ends up costing him 2, 3 and more. So, let's see what she can do to recover. And we got a little split again. That sheep is not very nice. Okay, so he's back through. Well positioned. Meg's there. Perfect. Nicely done. Really nice. She's flying around. Great shape around her sheep, really fast. Now things look a little better. Got to the head, pulled that sheep up. So the handler's got to continue to walk. Ideally just inside those markers. Once he steps outside the markers on the outer part of the corridor, it's the judge will make a deduction. And keeping those sheep within 9 metres of him, just ideally like he's got them, just on his hip. But Meg's hanging on to that same sheep, that front runner, because he doesn't really want to play with the others. And she's got him pretty well under control there, nicely positioned and straight into that race. Beautifully done, no trouble. As we said before, the obstacles haven't proven to be such a challenge. The gap gave him a bit of trouble there, but the race has been very straightforward. The bridge hasn't been too difficult either. The pen, well, that's caused a few dramas. It's just that corridor work that's been tricky, where the sheep have taken a point here by stepping outside or making a run for it. And that's been the case all morning. And we keep talking about the wind, but she's really howling, and even looks like there might even be a bit of rain later by the look of the cloud cover at the moment. So might not be the nicest day in the day to be working sheep, but good for the animals, good for the sheep, good for the dogs. They won't get overly hot and they won't get overly stressed. But it's a bit steery for the sheep when the wind's like that. So Ryan's really done a nice job from the race to the bridge. He's got him walking nicely, stepped into his circle. Oh, that same sheep again, he had a bit of a look, didn't he? And Meg was right there to cover him, got one. Oh, one slipped down the side. It's only a point, nothing to worry about. Back around, get him over. Good job. And Meg comes back around. Catches those sheep. And that singles away. First move he made was a run for it, wasn't it? He didn't settle. He just said, right, I'm out of here. Left his mates and went for it. And that's really unusual for sheep to do that. But we've had a few just want to be on their own, not be with the other two. Well, Meg was there again, putting him back. Here he goes again. He hasn't given up. And we'll see how he goes when he gets to the pen, because that could be the undoing of it all. He's really not happy to stay with his friends. And it's really tough on a dog having to work what is effectively two groups. One single, and she's managing that one pretty well. Look at her catch him. And now she has to pick up the grazers. Almost has to be in two places at once. And there's that runner again. He's away. And Meg's there to catch him. She's going to deserve a big pat after this run, because she's done an amazing job. Tough, tough work. They're heading towards the pen. What can they do? Hopefully he leads them straight in. He set them up pretty nicely. Tucks in that side. Tucks in this side. Meg is doing a great job. Oh, and there's that good sheep. He's done a lap. So all of that great work, and the little sheep decided to make a run for it. And he did that and taken him around the back of the pen. So we start again. Meg's going to have to just bring him around the front. And this time be a bit more forceful maybe, or a bit more assertive, and just say, okay, you're not coming out. Send her around the other way. And just breaking out a bit further. go. Quick, Meg. Get around there. Get around. Oh, down the side. And a jump as well. Wow. That's a bit unfortunate. I think this pen could prove tricky. He'd have a few minutes left. He's got there in no time flat. And they've been around twice already. A little bit better position. He's just going to sit the dog. Nope. Single's gone and two have gone around. And he's given it away. That's costly, but that's unfortunate for Ryan. But he did a great job. And Meg and Ryan finished the trial as a retired.
On course now we've got Ken Jalbert and his dog Vern. During our morning tea break, we had a semi of sheep come and be changed over, so we'll be right for hopefully the rest of today and maybe the rest of the weekend. Ken will be trying to get his dogs to come down on his left hand side. Ideally the sheep will be within 9 metres forwards or backwards of where Ken is. Each of those cones make up a 9 metre square. And for perfect points, Ken would keep the sheep within 9 metres of himself and between the cones that mark the course that he's on. The sheep have made a bit of a runner. We've found some good grass to have a chew on. Vern will be trying to bring them back to the other side of the obstacle. Simon's worn his voice out. He's having a bit of a break, and I'll keep you going with as much information as I can give you. Just Danny Rubin here. Just directly behind where Vern is at the moment is where the sheep let out is, so the sheep are interested in either having a feed or going back to their mates. So Vern's doing a good job to move them along. I'll just show you where that is. That's where the judge is, that's the let out. Guided them through the race quite nicely. He just has to get them past the last panel. And now he has to take them to the other side of the race and towards the bridge. Ken wears one of those talking clocks, so he'll be aware of how much time he has. Each competitor has 15 minutes to complete the course. Ken's trying to line the sheep up to go over the bridge. He's just dropped Vern. He's got Vern in a drop just off to his right there, or to our right. The sheep have decided to have a bit of a break. They're going for a wander. So Ken will have lost a fair bit of points there. We'll have to get Vern to bring the sheep back to him. As Simon was pointing out earlier, for every 9 metres away from the handler, there's extra points deducted. He's got him up over the onto the bridge now. He's got to just push Vern up a little bit to get them to come off, which he's been able to do. Now he's heading to try to get to the put away, but the sheep have made a bit of a split. He's going to get those two back together, who are running off course, with the one that's decided to sit behind and have a feed. That sheep's been kind to him to come back to his two mates that Vern was holding up for him. Ken's just got to be aware that that the sheep don't cross past him, because if they go past him, that'll be point deduction. But he'll definitely want a pen, because the pen is worth 20 points. So with all three sheep going past, that will have been more points lost. Ken's just trying to get his dog in the right position to get the sheep in. It looks like he's got them lined up. It's a good job to get them in. Once they've been past once or twice, it's pretty hard to get them all to line up. And that's a nice pen by Ken. Next few runs are Jackie Cantrell with Princess Dawn, then Charlie Knight, then Kamara Spark, followed by So up next is Jackie Cantrell and Princess Dawn, followed by Charlie Knight and Kamara Spark. After Charlie is David Hines and Tarcoola Lucky, then Craig Freestone and Swamp Poke Miss Gem, then Ken Atherton and Ramulin Charlie, then Mick Hudson and MGH Rabbit, followed by Jeff Gibson with Gibson's Polly, and Colin Reid, El Shamar Bell, Chris Davies, Beckles Hazard, and John Cantrell with Wongabura Puma. So that's the last 10 that are running. So Judge waved his flag to signal the bell, and Jackie's cast her dog down our side of the course. I'm reliably told that Jackie is a large animal handler at the Dubbo Zoo. So she'll have lots of experience with different animals. She's got Dawn to introduce herself to the sheep. First few runs this morning, the sheep were quite runny, and it was quite nice still sunny morning. You can see in the background the wind's got up a fair bit now, overcast. So the watching the sheep this morning would have not have given people a good read on how they're going to be acting now. Jackie's just trying to get Dawn to move around just to remind the sheep that she's there. Now, to complete the cast, she needs to go past that, get the sheep past that white peg that's just in front of them. So, imaginary line between Jackie and that white peg, which they're now gone past. So she can now leave her casting point. She'll try to get Dawn to reverse up the area that she's walking along, so that the sheep don't just make a run for the put away or let out area.
Okay, I'm upstairs at the mixer.
So we're here with Jackie Cantrell and Princess Dawn. Jackie's from Dubbo in New South Wales, and she works at the Dubbo Zoo as a large animal handler. And I'm Ben Simmons from South Australia, just up here doing a little bit of commentary for you now. So we're on the walk to the race at the moment, and the sheep are a bit off course right now, so Dawn will be working to bring those back inside the corridor. Sheep are just standing up to the dog right now, giving her a bit of a challenge. And all the while this is going on, the sheep are not moving far forward, but Jackie has to keep walking at a steady pace all the way to the obstacles, so she's getting further and further away from the action here. But now Dawn's starting to move them up there along the fence quite nicely. And again, the sheep still questioning Dawn here. They do tend to draw on to the white dogs and challenge them just a bit harder than some of the darker dogs out there. The wind has certainly picked up here this morning, and with the wind coming from the northern end of the ground, they can see that the sheep have been drawn towards that end. But again, Dawn's still working hard to keep them off the fence and bring them back onto course. The sheep are continuing to stand up to Dawn here and just test her out and ask the question whether she's got enough push to make them move. She's managed to get them turned around now, and they're having a bit of a feed, so perhaps this is a chance to get things moving a bit more in the right direction. So we're starting to get closer to the race here now, and Dawn's been able to bring them up almost back to the working area around the race. So she'll be able to start getting herself into position to put these sheep through the obstacle. So we've got the sheep in right next to the race now, and they're just past the mouth, so Dawn will be just bringing them back to the front of the obstacle so that she can work them through. I've got a bit more movement here now as Dawn comes around to cover this side. Just set them up in front of the mouth now, and See if we can gently slot them home. Just got one looking down the middle now, and a little bit of movement, and they should go through. Around goes the last one. Still feeding quite well in the obstacle. So she's going to need a little bit of a push to get them through. So the dog's having to go inside the obstacle now to be able to get these sheep clear. They're pretty settled and certainly not in a rush to move. Dawn's having to back them all the way down now as they continue to face up to the dog. Jackie's just asking Dawn to put on a bit more pressure and again, and just try to turn these sheep around so that they walk on through. But these sheep don't look too concerned about this dog at all, and they're quite relaxed and comfortable in the obstacle. Dawn's slowly making progress and getting them reversed through the race. One of them's just out the other side, just having a feed. So it shouldn't be too much further and they'll have the sheep clear of the obstacle. And unfortunately time's expired there for Jackie and Dawn. So we'll wait for them to clear the ground and wait for our score to come in. So next up here now we've got Charlie Knight with Kamara Spark. So the sheep have been released and they're just pushing them out to their marker before waving the flag to begin the trial. And time's underway. Spark's begun his outrun. He's coming out on the right hand side. It's a good wide outrun. He's aiming for a nice deep position to begin the lift. Spark's right up against the back fence in perfect position to lift those sheep towards the worker. So far Spark's been able to move them fairly straight towards Charlie there. Slight move offline perhaps now, but otherwise it's been a fairly good start. And as they approach the peg, Charlie will be looking to position Spark in a way to just slow things down and get a chance to settle these sheep before they come around. Around we go. Spark having to put in hard to get back in front of these sheep and just hold them up a minute. The sheep are looking to pull towards this northern end of the ground on the right hand side of the screen for those who are watching online. So Charlie's got Spark out in front just to hold them up and just to make the sheep aware that the dog's capable of blocking them up. So the sheep have just come out of the corridor on the left hand side, and it's still fairly early in the trial, so the sheep are still pretty unsettled, and we'll just be working with Spark to get these sheep back under control. So they're now in a good position in front of the gap, just while Charlie takes his place inside the set. Just be looking to hold up those sheep so they don't go through before he's arrived. So as long as that last sheep doesn't go through the obstacle until Charlie's in the set, he can continue, which he has been able to do, and they'll begin their walk to the race. Again, we see the sheep are just wanting to pull to the northern end of the ground, and Spec's having to work to cover that side. But unfortunately, in doing so, has bumped them back into the inside corridor. So the sheep are sitting in the corridor now and just moving along nicely as they approach the race. It's quite a long walk between these first two obstacles. So it's a good chance to settle the sheep down and just be able to walk them gently and get them used to the dog before they approach the last few obstacles. So through the race they go, and now headed towards the bridge. It's been a fairly tidy run so far for Charlie and Spec. So just approaching the bridge now. Charlie will take his place in the set. Spark's working from quite a wide distance here. She's got a fair influence on these sheep still, and the sheep haven't really accepted her in close at this stage. There's one ducks around the outside, then Spark will quickly move to cover them, and unfortunately what happens is they take the opening and run back into the middle of the field. It's a bit of a job now for Spark to bring those back to the bridge and try again. So they're set back in front of the bridge again, and Spark will be bringing them up a bit. Still working quite wide, and having to cover from a fair distance can be a bit difficult in front of the obstacles. And as you can see, another one just took a little duck around the outside, and Charlie's decided that's enough for today, and he's retired. So next up we have David Hines working Tarcoola Lucky. Signal's been given for the sheep to be released and they're on their way out now. Lucky's keen to go and David just has to hold her up a moment. And time has started, so Lucky is on his way. Once again on a right hand cast. In good place behind the sheep now and beginning the lift towards the worker. Sheep have been fairly keen to feed this morning, so sometimes can be a good sign that they're fairly settled and relaxed, although the wind here I think has helped to keep them fairly lively. You can see the sheep have looked up there and taken notice of the dog, but they don't seem too fussed by her at all. And now they've begun moving up the ground towards David. So Lucky's got these sheep moving up the ground towards David. They've and the sheep are still fairly accepting of this dog and not looking at moving away too quickly. Just looking up occasionally just to check and see where he is, but there's no panic and there's no fuss. So they're just about past the line of the peg, and David's decided to bring Lucky around on the left hand side to hold up the head of these sheep. It can be one of the tricky points in the trial, particularly this week, is getting around the peg and still holding on to the head of those sheep. They tend to push back up the ground fairly hard, but David's been able to just hold them up and get the dog back into a nice position to be able to work this carry towards the first obstacle, the gap. So David and Lucky have been able to keep these sheep walking fairly nicely in this last part of the carry, and they're approaching the gap now. Just blocking off a bit of a breakaway attempt there, and Lucky's got them held in front of the gap in a perfect position. Just quick cover down this side, and he'll be attempting to just roll them back through, and through goes the leader. First, second, third, and they're all through. And now in position to quickly cover this corridor. This corridor can be a bit tricky at times because the sheep are wanting to pull back up towards the release. But David's got them in perfect position now just to walk nicely towards the race. And again we see the sheep just pushing onto the outside edge of this corridor towards the race. Dogs just having to balance the right amount of pressure to hold them inside the corridor but not turn them back into the middle of the ground. And so far going really well for Lucky and David. Yet again another one makes a bit of a charge to the outside of the corridor, but Lucky's quick to cover. It's just held him inside the corridor now, and begin setting them for the race. So now David's in the set and the sheep are near the mouth of the race. They'll just be looking to turn them around and find a leader through. You see one begins to lead the way there now. He'll just hold a little bit of pressure on and just keep the movement forward. And there they go, they seem to be leading through nicely. There's good work from Lucky there just to keep them flowing through. The sheep are still inclined to put their head down and feed, and just looking up occasionally to look at the dog, and things are well positioned as they approach the second half of the course. So the sheep are just held up for a moment here. It's just getting a little bit too far away from David as Lucky now just gives them a bit of a poke and pushes them up the corridor. They're still in a good position in the middle of the corridor. Perhaps just drifting off to the right there now. But Lucky's quickly round to retrieve them and bring them back on track. And David's taking his place in the set. Just trying to find a leader now. One is bubbling around the outside. Just sort of keep an eye on him and make sure he's in check, and then round he goes just past the edge of the obstacle. So they'll have to bring him back. He's got a leader ready to go as soon as he can get this one back, as long as we don't bump him out. Unfortunately you have, and so now they'll have to retrieve another one from the other side. So two have been over, and one unfortunately ducked around the side. So hopefully Lucky will be able to get them reset, find that leader again to take the other one over and complete the bridge. all three are up on the platform now and off the end of the bridge, and David and Lucky will begin their walk towards the pen. Again, the sheep are drawn towards the north on this walk and tend to challenge the inside edge of the corridor, so David's just working to get his dog in a position where he can just monitor the inside edge of the corridor and just keep them on track. He's done well to hold them inside the corridor now and still keeping them within the 9 yard or 9 metre limits, either in front or behind, and keeping them moving smoothly towards the pen. So the sheep have been a bit challenging here at the pen this morning, and they can be difficult to hold. They tend to challenge the outside edge and then quickly duck back onto the inside edge of the obstacle. So you need a dog that's fairly quick and got good cover, and you see they've gone inside of the, in between David and the obstacle there. So you'll be looking to reset them back in front of the mouth of the pen. And they go past the edge, so Lucky's having to come around to cover that side, but also now have to watch the inside of the course. And he still hasn't had them looking into the pen at this stage. They've looked down the sides both times now that he's had a look. So he'll have to reset and bring those sheep back in front of the obstacle and try again. And again, they've gone to the outside of the obstacle where the dog was unable to cover them. And bit of a difficult position now because Lucky will have to bring them back to the front, but also be prepared to quickly cover around either side of the obstacle. A challenge out there with a stamp of the foot and a little dive in from Lucky to just get that sheep to move along, but unfortunately it means they've broken away from the obstacle again, and Lucky's got a bit of a job now to bring them back and reset them for another go. But of course all the time is ticking, and we only have 15 minutes to complete this course, so we can't afford to be mucking around too long at any of the obstacles, especially on this course with such big long walks between each of the obstacles. And unfortunately time's gone there for David and Lucky. Okay, so the sheep are out there for Craig Freestone. He's working Swampoke Miss Gem. And again, they've come on a right-hand cast, right out towards the fence. So Gem making her way back behind the sheep, and the sheep have just noticed her and just looking up, looking back down, and happy enough to feed again. In a great position now, ready to begin the lift. But the sheep have taken off, perhaps a little bit quicker than Craig would have liked, but Gem's got them covered and on course at the moment. So Craig is from Queensland, and he represented Queensland in the Ted Gaby Interstate Challenge with a different dog to this one, but he had a very successful time of it in the Interstate Challenge. So his sheep are a little unsettled at the moment, but they're in a good position for Gem to begin to work them down and just convince the sheep that the dog's capable of covering them and holding them up, but also that she's not out there to cause any trouble for them. And around the peg they go and begin their walk towards the gap. Gem's been able to work much closer to their sheep than some of the previous dogs. And so far she's been able to hold them well on this corridor and keep them moving nicely and under control. Have to quickly cover to the inside there now, but so many dogs have had to do this week, but Gem's done a good job just of holding those sheep up inside the corridor and getting into position now to work the rest of the carry. You see the sheep starting to draw on to Gem here now, just a little bit, and that may be a good sign for Craig. at this point of the trial, just to know that the sheep aren't too worried about the dog and happy to walk up on it. So with Craig approaching the set now, he's got the sheep in a great position to go through and just bump them out a little bit there. Have to bring Jem around to the other side and just push them back across the gap before they're ready to go through now. And through they go. It's well worked there in the end by Jem to get them back and across and through, and still fairly calm and under control and in a good position now to begin their carry towards the race. They're right in the centre of the corridor and moving along nicely. So sheep had just tried a little break there, but Jem was quick enough to cover them and hold them up. Perhaps just losing a point or two along the way, but still good work to hold them. And as they break towards the inside, Jem again has to cover them, but she has them sitting in a good position now to line up for the race. And Craig's just a few steps away from taking his spot in the set, and those sheep look like they're ready to walk straight through. And that was well worked there by Craig and Jem to get those sheep through the race with no hassles at all. Just looking to settle things at the end of the race while they've got a chance, and just move them carefully up towards the bridge. Again, Jem's able to hold a nice tight arc on these sheep and still not disturb them very much, which is good to see. So the sheep have walked reasonably well up towards the bridge now, and they're set in front of the mouth, just facing the wrong way as Jem turns them around. And we've got a leader up the ramp now. Just the one at the back has turned to ask a few questions, and so far Jem stood their ground. So Craig just asking Jem to put a little bit of pressure on this sheep and hopefully turn him up the bridge, and up he goes. Still one on the ramp, but they're all up on the platform now, and over they go. So again, just taking their time to settle these sheep before moving on to the next obstacle, the final obstacle, the bridge, the pen, sorry. They're just stuck a little bit too tightly to the edge of the bridge now, so Jem has to go in that precarious gap there just to pull them out. But they're clear now and have begun walking towards the pen. And again, we see the dog needing to cover towards the inside of the ground on this walk to the pen. So the sheep are positioned really well in front of the pen now. And Craig is in the set, and he's just asking Jem to come around and cover this side and just to watch the gate side of the pen. And gently roll these sheep around into the pen, but they've seen the outside edge and gone for it. So she'll have to reset and get these sheep back in front of the pen and try again. The gap has proven to be fairly challenging this morning. The pen has proven to be fairly challenging this morning. And the sheep are spotting both the outside and the inside edge of the pen and challenging the dog. So dogs are having to cover quickly one side and then quickly the other. But Jem has been in good position now, and she's able to come around and cover that far side. She's 1 or 2 sheep clear of the mouth now. Just have to turn this last sheep in. Just needing to apply a little bit of gentle force here now to these sheep, just to turn those heads so they're facing into the pen. And as long as those heads are up and looking out, anything's still possible here as you apply that last bit of pressure. So it's a fairly precarious position that we've all found ourselves in these last couple of days with this pen. Jem ever so gently coming round to the left hand side just to try and turn those heads again. One step too far and you could easily lose these sheep. That's the first bit of movement now from the sheep. She's been able to get one to back into the pen and just come back round onto the left hand side to work on the other. Still carefully guarding the far side of the pen. She has all 3 turned inside the pen now. Just not quite clear of the gate at this stage, I think. So again, Craig will be asking for just a little bit more pressure. But ever so carefully. The judge has indicated that they're clear of the pen, and Craig's just looking for them to be secured before he leaves the set. Once he leaves the set, if those sheep make a move, he has to continue walking with the gate and try to pen them while he's walking. As you can see, these sheep aren't giving an inch, they're just standing right on the edge of that pen. And Craig's decided to go. He's out of the set, he's picked up the gate, and the sheep have held in place. Well done, Craig, and well done, Jem. So next up out here now we have Ken Atherton working Ramyland Charlie. Ken Atherton's from Western Australia, and this is the dog that he represented his state with in the Ted Gaby Interstate Challenge. The sheep have been released and just heading out to the release marker. Judge is satisfied they're clear, and away Charlie goes on a left-hand cast. So Charlie's one of a handful of Kelpies in the main open trial here at the Supreme Australian Championships, and he's had a very successful year over in the West and had a very successful trial at Strathalbyn at the Supremes here last year. So Charlie's cast right onto the back fence in a perfect position to begin his lift now, with a fairly cautious approach to begin lifting these sheep towards Ken. And now those sheep have been lifted away from the release area, Charlie will begin drawing those sheep up the ground towards Ken. Ideally they'll be looking to keep them in as straight a line as possible and with an imaginary 9-metre corridor, so that means within either not going either 4.5 metres to the left or the right, all the way down the ground. So far so good for Ken and Charlie. The sheep have been contently walking up the ground in a fairly steady pace. So the sheep have almost arrived at the peg with Ken. Just making their final approach now, and Ken will be looking to continue to work these sheep and calm them as he brings them round the peg and sets them up for their first obstacle at the gap. And around they go. And Charlie's been able to break out clear and wide and leave those sheep to sit contently there by the peg as Ken begins his walk. Now Charlie just coming back the other way to give them a gentle nudge up the corridor, and he's been able to negotiate that turn very well and prepare these sheep for a nice gentle walk towards the gap. And the sheep just going for a little gallop before deciding to sit down and have a feed. So they're feeling fairly content out there right now. So they're about 3/4 of the way down to the gap now, and still just moving them sheep up nice and calmly. The sheep just stepping out of the corridor a little bit now, and Charlie's getting himself into position to be able to steer these sheep through the gap there. And as Ken takes his place in the set, Charlie will begin to move those sheep up. And it's a really nice careful work there from Charlie just to slot them through the gap and set them up perfectly for a nice carry to the race. So far this has been a good walk up towards the race. The sheep have just gently progressing forward, and neither Ken nor the sheep or Charlie seem in too much of a hurry right now. And they've got plenty of time still on the clock. Things have been going around fairly smoothly for them up till now. Just a quick check inside of the corridor there for Charlie. And he's got them back in the middle now and starting to line them up towards the race. He's got one looking down the race now, and they'll look like they're going to cleanly walk on through. Beautiful work from Charlie, just to keep those sheep nicely flowing through the race as if that wasn't even there. So they begin their walk onto the bridge, and again he's got those sheep positioned nicely in the corridor just in front of Ken. It's been a very careful run so far from Charlie, and just been able to keep these sheep nicely moving along without any real dramas. Been no real challenge points so far, and the sheep really haven't turned to look at the dog at all in this run. Just keeping moving forward. So with the sheep looking up the race, up the bridge now, Ken's in the set, and they're just looking to apply a little bit of pressure and keep those sheep moving forward through the course. Just have to handle this carefully now with two sheep facing the wrong way and one with his head down to eat, but a little bit of a bump there from Charlie, and they've gone over nicely. Again, lovely work. And Charlie electing to go up over the bridge, which may not be what Ken wanted there, but well, it's spectacular anyway, so we'll accept it. And Charlie's still working quite wide and just influencing these sheep without really challenging them. The sheep do tend to like to run along that first part of this corridor, and they've done that, but Charlie's quickly into place to just hold them up. And again, they've gone for another little bump up the corridor, but again, Charlie's just wide and in front of them, just holding them up without the need to overly challenge the sheep. And Charlie's just drawing into the inside of the corridor now, just to hold those sheep in front of the pen while Ken arrives into the set. Oh, and one ducks down the side. That's not all lost though. Charlie will be quickly back around to cover the other side and hopefully just walk them in. It's been such a lovely run so far, just gently walking these sheep through the course without any real challenge, and that continues. They're into the pen now. Had one face out just for a bit of a look, but he's turned back into the corner of the pen, and Ken should be able to shut the gate securely here. What a fantastic run. Really well done, Charlie, and really well done, Ken. So next to the peg is Mick Hudson working MGH Rabbit. Mick represented New South Wales in the Ted Gaby Interstate Challenge with this dog, and they had an outstanding first run. I think with a score of about 95. It was absolutely fantastic to watch. So we're looking forward to a good run here. And with the sheep in position and signal from the judge, Rabbit begins her outrun. She's gone out to the left-hand side and taking up a position just about perfect 12 o'clock there, ready to begin the lift. So with such a great interstate challenge, Rabbit will be representing Australia later this afternoon in the Test series against New Zealand. She's shown us throughout the Test series that she's just got incredible feel for these sheep. And just able to pick the right distance. Just the right movements for these sheep without stirring them up or spooking them, and able to settle them really well. And so far they've begun drawing these sheep up the ground in a nice steady fashion, when allowing the sheep to stop and have a feed from time to time. Just applying a little bit of pressure now to keep things moving. So far these sheep don't seem threatened by Rabbit at all. They've turned around and just looked at her and had a few questions whether she's going to be able to move them on, and so far Rabbit's been able to do that. But she certainly hasn't upset these sheep in any way, and they're not at all worried about her at all. So if you're following along with the live score spreadsheet, which you can find the link on Facebook for, you would have seen that Ken Atherton with Ramulan Charlie had a score of 92 in that last round. And Rabbit's been able to bring these sheep gently round the peg and begin to set things up for a walk towards the gap. Mick hasn't left the peg yet now. Now he does. Just letting things settle down and just trying to set the tone for the rest of the trial ahead. Notice two very different styles of work in these two dogs. Charlie was having to work from very wide out, and Rabbit's been able to come in much closer and still influence these sheep in a nice gentle way. So far, going down this walk towards the gap, they've been able to keep things moving along very well. Sheep have stayed inside the corridor, and Rabbit's been able to keep the sheep up towards Mick, so as to not lose any points for being too far in front or behind. And the sheep just look fantastically settled. Very content. Just happy to walk through the course. So with one looking down the middle of the gap, 1, 2, 3, and they're all through. Rabbit and Mick will just settle them, ready for the walk to the race. One sheep just stepping out there to have a small challenge for Rabbit, but Rabbit's been able to answer that pretty well with a step in of her own, and the sheep are on their way towards the race. After a little bit of a mini challenge back here towards the gap, Rabbit's been able to keep these sheep bubbling along nicely now. They're just about up to the race, and they'll begin just looking for a leader to walk them through. And I think they've found their leader, and through they go. Mick's just made it into the set before the sheep have cleared the obstacle, and they'll be able to head on their way towards the bridge. Just a little breakaway there, and Rabbit's had to come inside to cover, but nothing too major, and Rabbit was able to deal with that very easily. And again, the sheep back in the corridor and headed straight towards the bridge. So Mick's taken his position in the set there at the bridge. Rabbit's just gently bringing the sheep up, and we'll just start looking for a leader that will take them over the bridge. And they've found their leader, but unfortunately one tried to duck around the outside, and then as Rabbit was covering it, she ducked to the inside and just beat Rabbit on that occasion. But with two still up on the bridge, Mick will be hoping that he can bring that other sheep around to the mouth and turn it straight up the bridge. Around he comes and straight past the face. A little bit of bad luck there for Mick. A lot of times the sheep had just turned the corner and head up to join its mates, but not on this occasion, and Rabbit will have to bring them off and try again. So things are still fairly calm and quiet out there, and aside from a small little drama at the bridge, things have been going on quite well. There's still plenty of time on the clock for Mick and Rabbit to get this course done. See again another little mini challenge there from the sheep. Just wanted to test Rabbit out and see if she's got enough metal to hold up, and she didn't even flinch. And so the sheep gave up fairly quickly, and they're now back to grazing. Just trying to roll these sheep around and find one that'll lead them up over the bridge. So far we haven't found one. It's still a bit of a standoff out there now. And again, another little challenge from the sheep, but Rabbit held him up. And again. And again. So there's a few challenges now. Rabbit again hasn't given any ground. She's held up and she's coming back in strong. Good work, a little bounce there to try and turn him around and win that battle. And we've got one leading up over the bridge. And there we go, they're over the bridge. So with the sheep clear of the bridge now, they'll be making their way to the last obstacle, the pen. They've still got a fair bit of time up their hand, but they'll want things to go fairly smoothly from here. And again, we see another challenge on Rabbit there. But again, we see Rabbit's up to the task. Sheep just having a little bit of a breakaway in front of Mick here, but they might have come inside of the corridor. It's hard to tell from the video feed, but yes, I think they might have come inside the corridor now, but they're still fairly well on course, and Mick will be hopeful that he can get these into the pen fairly quick smart. Another challenge again from the sheep, and Rabbit holds him up well. The sheep quickly gives up and starts walking back towards the pen. So we're just over 2 minutes on the clock here. Mick and Rabbit will want to be putting these away fairly quickly. Certainly won't want too many dramas. So Rabbit's got them inside of the mouth of the pen, and looks like they've gone to the back. Mick's keen to shut the gate, and he steps out, grabs the gate, and that's well done. Beautiful run. Well done, Rabbit. Well done, Mick. Fantastic run and great spectacle to watch. So next up the peg we have our test captain, Jeff Gibson, working Gibson's Polly. This is the dog that would be representing Australia later in the day against New Zealand in our first Lego Cup test match. So Polly coming on a right hand cast. Once again out nice and wide and looking for a deep finish to the cast behind the sheep, in good position to begin her lift, and that's exactly what Polly has done. So a nice gentle lift there from Polly, and the sheep beginning to make their way up the ground gently. Again, a bit like Rabbit in the previous run, Polly's been able to work so early close to the sheep, and the sheep haven't been affected by that. They're happy just to let her take up a position and keep moving them forward. So again, Polly having to just come in and move those sheep along after a gentle trot up the ground. Have our first little standoff here with the sheep asking Polly the question whether she's strong enough to move him on. So far Polly's up to it, and the sheep's decided to give ground and try again another day. So again, another gentle trot up the ground, still on course, haven't moved too far to the side, and again Polly just having to come in and move them along. But things are moving along very well here for Jeff Gibson and Gibson's Polly. Been a very tidy start to this trial. We have a score in for Mick Hudson and MGH Rabbit with a score of 91, and that'll put them well in contention for the top 20 of the Australian Supreme Championship. So with the sheep now up to the peg, Polly's been able to just bring them gently towards Jeff and settle them in. And just been able to put Polly in a great position now to begin this carry towards the gap. So besides a few little questions from the sheep to Polly, just to test her out for strength, things have been going along nicely here, and they're in a beautiful position right in the middle of this corridor as they approach the gap. And again, the sheep just taking a gentle little trot up the ground, not too far away from Jeff, and certainly not challenging Polly for speed. And still generally staying within the corridor. And just about in front of the gap now, ready to begin negotiating the first obstacle. So as Jeff takes his place in the set, he's now just beginning to work those sheep into the first obstacle, and through they go. And Polly's in a great position just to balance them around through the gap and to set them up for the walk to the race. It's been a very tidy start to the run, and so a very good start in terms of settling those sheep down and just educating them how to move through the course. So these sheep continue to just draw nicely along this corridor now. Jeff will want to bring them up just a little bit. They're perhaps drifting a little bit far behind him, but they're still in a good position, and Polly's got these sheep well and truly under control. See a couple of small little challenges starting to form, and Polly decides to jump in there and bust them up, and decided that was the best way to fix that challenge, and it's cost them a point or two as they've drifted wide now outside of the corridor, but it can often help just to free things up and keep the trial moving. So she's got a leader now ready to go into the race, just has to bring the other two in to join him, and through they go. Gently work through the race there, and setting themselves up for the walk to the bridge. So it'll be interesting to see how this next walk goes after that little bust up and challenge there just in front of the race. And sometimes, like I said, it can free them up and make them move just a little bit more freely. Or sometimes it can set things up for a bit more of a challenge. So we'll look forward to seeing how this pans out now. So Polly just having to do some work in front of the sheep just to hold them up so they don't head too far towards the southern end of the ground on that walk, and they're tending to want to draw into the middle of the ground on this walk here today. So I think the sheep just on the inside of the course there now, and just outside of the corridor. But Polly's able to set these sheep up now in front of and just search for a leader. Applying just a little bit of pressure there to see who will go up, and there it is, the one at the front takes the lead, and over they go. So Polly electing to go around the outside of the bridge there. A lot of competitors have chosen to cover that bridge on the inside, but Polly was able to go wide and soft enough around the outside to hold them on course and position herself well for this carry. You can see just a little bit more life in these sheep as opposed to the last 2 runs as they approach the pen. And Polly's just having to work that little bit harder to hold them on course. She's been able to get them back on course and out the front of the pen now in a good position. This pen has been difficult to work today and it's brought several competitors unstuck, as the sheep especially looking towards that inside edge of the obstacle there between the worker and the obstacle. So Polly had to go and quickly fetch one down the side and turn him back. Now aiming for the outside edge, and one's just beaten the outside edge of the obstacle, so Polly's turned him round. Still got one stuck on the outside edge of the obstacle, which is a bit of a job for Polly to manage that as well as to cover the other 2. And unfortunately the sheep have bubbled past the edge of the obstacle once more. Bit of a difficult situation here. You can see there's one sheep that's quite happy to walk off on his own, and Polly's having to try and work the other 2 but also continually check this other one. So far she's done a good job of that, but it does make it hard to bring these sheep back and position them to be able to negotiate the obstacle, so we've got a bit of a job on our hands still. And again, just Polly having to cover the inside edge of this pen, but it does give her now a chance to try to just poke them down along that rail. And now in a good position to hold these around. She has one that's just challenging now to duck around this inside corner. Polly's just was able to put enough presence there to turn him back inside the pen, and it looks to me like we have 3 sheep in the pen. So all the sheep are settled in the pen and Jeff leaves the set to shut the gate. And that was all in all a good run. Well done, Jeff, and well done, Jem. So next up we have Colin Reid working El Shamar Bell. So judge's flag is up to release the sheep. And the sheep are just coming out. Just coming out now. Once the judge is satisfied that those sheep are out at the proper point, he'll signal for the trial to begin. And we're away. So off runs El Shamar Bell. Coming out to the right hand side, a fairly narrow cast at this stage, but she'll be looking to go nice and deep. And she's in position now at the back of the sheep, a little tight perhaps for what Colin would have liked, and the sheep have been bumped along just a little and drawing to this close side of the field now. So Bell's going to have to come across and cover those. Continuing to draw to the right hand side of the field, as Bell seems a bit reluctant to get around the right hand side and head them back on course. So I think Bell was aware that we've got a bit of a time crunch here today, and she's decided to get the job done quickly, but unfortunately in the end Colin, I think, decided to step away from the peg and retire. Bell was pretty quickly headed towards crossing those sheep in any case, so that's the end of that trial. And next up we will have Chris Davies working Beckles Hazard. So coming up now we have Chris Davies working Beckles Hazard. Judge has signalled for release and the sheep will be headed out very shortly. And the sheep are being put in position, and Hazard's been released on her cast. She's coming out the right hand side of the ground. It's a nice wide cast and looking to take up a deep position behind the sheep. And in position, Chris has now asked him to stop, and they'll begin lifting these sheep towards the worker. So it's interesting to see the difference between different dogs out there, and we noticed with Rabbit and Polly how close the dogs were able to work those sheep even right from the beginning, but Hazard's having to work them from much further away, having a much greater influence on the sheep and greater effect on the way they move. But so far Hazard's been able to bring them in a nice straight line towards Chris. And so far they're working at a nice gentle pace, a gentle trot up the ground. Chris now having to send Hazard wide just to bring them back on course. They've drifted a little bit too far out towards the left-hand side of the ground. So only one more dog to go after this in the main round of the Hypro Supreme Australian Championship. And the dog that's remaining is a novice winner from Wednesday's final of the Novice Championship. So the novice winner gets invited every year to participate in the main round of the Open Trial. And that'll be John Cantrell working Wongaburra Puma. So far, Chris and Hazard have been able to bring those sheep around the peg fairly calmly up until now. A little bit of a challenge and attempted breakaway from that sheep there, but Hazard was able to cover him and send him back with his mates. As has been the case throughout this trial, the sheep are keen to draw up the ground towards the release on this walk towards the gap. Hazard's had to be out in front to just hold them up a couple of times now, and again is just having to hold them past the hold them from going past the edge of the gap. And now with Chris in position, Hazard will be just hoping to bring those sheep gently back in front of the gap and through the obstacle. So this sheep at the back now has seen the gap and knows where the opening is, and Chris will be hoping that he just is able to lead the others through, but unfortunately the one that was out in front stamping has decided to run past the gap, and Hazard's going to run and collect them now, bring them back in front of the obstacle and try again. Thought for a moment they were going to go through backwards. They may still. Yep, backwards they go. That's a good thing. Often it helps to show the sheep where the gap in the obstacle is. So now Chris will be hoping to bring Hazard back around the other side, and the sheep just head straight back on through. And through they go. That was well worked there from Hazard. So with the sheep through the gap, they're now positioned ready to go towards the race. And Chris begins her walk. Hazard will be trying to keep those up within 9 metres, either in front or behind. They'll also be looking to try and keep the sheep moving straight forward through the course, so we don't really want the dog turning the sheep backwards at all and sending them the other way. We want to keep moving forward in our course. And these sheep on a bit of a runaway now. Hazard's just going to had to run on the inside to cover them that way, run out in front to hold them up, and also now had to run out to the outside to bring them back on course. And unfortunately in doing so has bumped them back towards the gaps, so they'll need to make up some ground again and bring them back towards this race. Chris is about 15 metres away from the race now, and they'll be ready to bring them through shortly. Unfortunately, they go down the side of the race there, so Hazard's just had to go and cover them and bring them back. These sheep are a little bit unsettled at the moment, and they'll be wanting to get a moment just to set these sheep up in front of the race and perhaps just take a moment to calm things down again, get these back under control before they set them up for the bridge. Well, through they go. One took a turn just at the last minute and walked them through the race, and was well covered there from Hazard, and they're on their way towards the bridge. So we're approaching the bridge now, and Hazard's got these sheep just moving in the right direction towards them, and Chris takes up her position in the set. Hazard will have to quickly cover around this side, but she's a bit slow to move and has let one slip down the side, and now they've all sort of passed through the side of the obstacle, so Hazard will bring them back out and reset them for another go. And one just turned around at the last minute. I thought they were going to go up, but and unfortunately Hazard just run through the gap between Chris and the obstacle, and that's unfortunately resulted in a cross. She's crossed between the sheep and the worker, and that in our game is an instant disqualification. Really bad luck there from Chris and Hazard.
In the competitive sport of sheepdog trialling, dogs have to be on their game. So we feed them Aussie-made Hypro Premium. It gives them the right balanced nutrition to compete at every level.
Hypro, that's the go.
So this is our last competitor coming up now for our Hypro Supreme Australian Championship. This is John Cantrell working Wungaburra Puma. This is the winner of our novice championship here today, and he's been invited to compete in the main draw of the Open. So with the judge signalling the release of the sheep, we're just waiting for the sheep to be in position and the trial to begin. So John sent Puma on the outrun, and it's a fairly narrow run at the moment, down to the right-hand side of the ground. And Puma's taken up a great position behind the sheep there, ready for a nice straight lift forward and draw up the ground. So far, Puma's been able to draw them very straight down the ground. Perhaps a little bit quicker than John would have liked, but it's going well for the young dog at the moment. He's got a Bit of an opportunity now just to slow things down and put a little bit of work on these sheep. This dog had a fantastic run out in the novice trial, scoring 91 in the first round. That was our top score going in. And then a fantastic run in the second round with an 89, which was the top score by quite a way, some 15 points in the finals. So they were able to secure first place by a fairly clear margin and a great performance from a young dog. And around the peg they go now, and just beginning to settle these sheep a little bit more before they start their walk to the gap. As John steps away from the peg now, and Puma's got things under control on the head of the sheep. There's some nice work from Puma to work the head of the sheep and keep these sheep in the corridor. They've proven over the last few days that they don't want to really stay inside this corridor. They don't always want to play by the rules. The sheep are often looking for a chance to break back down the ground to where they release from. But so far Puma's been very strong in holding up that head. While at the same time giving some ground and letting these sheep some space to move. Just going to have to make a bit of a run now to cover them and turn them back now towards the obstacle. But so far, Puma's doing a great job. So Puma's got these sheep set in front of the gap there nicely, and through they lead. Puma's keen to keep that head under control, so she just went forward a little bit, perhaps early through the gap, but in doing so she's been able to just keep that head under control and keep them from making a breakaway. This young dog's quite quick to cover and it's been very good at holding up that head that's still trying to break away. She's been able to bring these sheep along this walkway still quite well and within the corridor. Just having to watch the inside line of this corridor now, but I think they've stayed inside. So now positioned in front of the race, we'll be looking for a leader to take them on through, and they've been able to find a leader. And those sheep are now just about clear of the end of the race, and they'll begin walking towards the bridge. So far we've seen some really quick covering work from this little dog. She hasn't always had these sheep under real calm and real cooperative, but she's been able to cover them beautifully and hold them within her corridors all the way around. A little bit of a challenge here now as John continues to walk towards the bridge, and these sheep are just held Puma up just a moment here. Puma strong enough to move them on, and the sheep have begun a little trot up towards John now as they catch up on the walk. Again, Puma just having to come in to bump them along. But the sheep have taken that well and are just moving along well. So with John in his set now, they'll be looking to just bring these sheep up to the bridge and begin to set them to go over. Puma is quick to cover down the far side there and just make sure they're pointing in the right direction, ready to go up over this bridge. Unfortunately, she had to cover the inside here, and that meant that the sheep could turn away and just slip down the outside just for a moment, but she's again quick to cover them and in position now to bring them back around and turn them around the corner hopefully and up over the bridge. So it's a little bit of a struggle here for Puma to find one to lead up the bridge. Got two with their heads down, and the one at the back is just constantly watching Puma's movements. But now she's been able to get a looker. Sure. And up they go. Some nice work there from Puma. And 1, 2, 3, and they're off the end. Puma again has decided to go up and over the bridge. Again, it might not be what John would have wanted there, but it looks good for us watching on TV, so that's great. It's always a bit of a risk when the dog goes over the bridge like that, because if the sheep happen to bubble around, there's nowhere for the dog to go, and they can accidentally cross quite easily in that situation. And of course in this game a cross is an instant disqualification, so at this stage of the trial that's the last thing you want to happen. If you've done all the hard work to get round to the bridge and up and over the bridge, you certainly don't want to cross and end up with 0 points. And with the sheep back on course now, John will be looking to bring those sheep up gently and set them for the pen. And again, we see one just duck to the inside of the pen there, and Puma's had to come around to cover. The sheep certainly have been difficult to pen today. It's quite windy conditions here in Geelong, and the sheep are a little bit unsettled. So as John and Puma are just getting these sheep settled in front of the pen, again they're just looking for a leader into the pen, and again another one's found the way around the outside edge of the obstacle. And time will be starting to march on now, and in this Supreme trial the pen is worth 20 points, so you certainly have to get the pen if you want to be in the final in the top 20. So Puma in a good position now to get these sheep into the pen. But the sheep just bubbled past the mouth, and she'll have to now come at the other side. She's got a couple of sheep just in the side of the mouth of the pen now, but there's one that's facing the other way looking for an escape. He's headed into the pen. That's 1, 2, looks like all the sheep are clear, and in the pen John steps quickly out of his set to shut the gate. And well done, great run John, and great run Puma.